Hello, and welcome to this, our 216th live stream. Rock around the Ark tonight. We want to wish everyone here a happy 4th of July. We are grateful that you have just decided to join us. And we want to wish everyone in the United States a very, very festive Independence Day. Okay, we've got a couple things of business. We have got a popcorn review coming. Hopefully we'll be able to get out Monday. Okay? No promises, but we are preparing a popcorn review right now. So everyone loves a good bowl of popcorn, so there's our announcement. Popcorn is coming. The best 4th of July is a popcorn review. Yeah, it'll be a Monday at 8 p.m. Okay? All our popcorn reviews are at 8 p.m. So Mondays at 8 p.m. Okay. So this should be really, really interesting. Okay? Okay, we got a little other channel business too. We also want to make the pitch for our book that's coming out in 10 days, which is the sequel to the first novel, which was Reliquy of the Dead. This one is All the Stars as Angels. We think you'll enjoy this one too. It's a different kind of book than the first one, but we think it really adds to the Reliquy of the Dead myth. All right? And then we got one other book, which I did not write, but I want to pitch this one too. Now, you guys may know about Kenneth Kitchen's Treaties, Laws, and Covenants. Oh. This monstrosity, okay? This thing weighs 6 pounds and costs $500, okay? Now, we're not pitching this book. We're just making you aware of it. We are instead pitching this book by my good friend Paul Lawrence. Okay? What he did was he's the co-author of Treaties, Laws, and Covenants, and he takes the major findings of that 6-pound, $500 volume and puts it in a nice 200-page, very, very light, very affordable volume. And it's called The Books of Moses Revisited by Paul Lawrence. Okay, he's a really great friend of mine, and we like this book. We think it's a good book. All right, so we hope you will check that out, and also check out my own book. All right, so that's our little book corner here, channel business for this week. Yeah, it's a good book. So, and we recommend anything that Paul writes. Paul is a great writer. He writes really good material. So, again, Paul Lawrence is an excellent, excellent author. So, we know you our channel subscribers like that kind of stuff. So, buy his book, buy my book. All right? Okay. So, let's explain the rules of the channel, and then we'll get to the questions. Okay, Super Chats have priorities. No surprise there. Doesn't guarantee we'll take your question, but it's going to guarantee we see it. And that's what Super Chats are all about, visibility. Okay? We also take questions that are not Super Chats. But to qualify, you have to put a Q and a colon in front of your question so you know it's directed to us. No Q, no colon, it might as well not exist as far as we can see it. Only post non-super chats once. Question spamming will cause your question to be disqualified. If you are referencing something in the Bible, we ask you to give us some context. So we will need what book it's found in, what chapter, and what verse. This just helps us to narrow down your question in a more succinct way. We do allow people to sponsor non-super chats, but we ask that if you do that, copy the question into the super chat. That way we don't have to go hunting for it. Saves us time. And saving time is good. And then finally, one question per chat. We got into a situation at one point where we had people cramming 10 questions into one chat, and there's just no way we can take that. It's not fair to everyone else. So those are the rules. And with that said, we're going to get into the questions. Okay. And we're going to start the night here with some non-super chats. First one here is from Darkblade. And he asks, what do you make of Kitchen explicitly denying northern locations on the reliability of the Old Testament, page 316 and attached footnote 3? I actually had the chance to talk to him personally about this when I was his research assistant. He didn't really have a good reason. It was more of an emotional reason. Now, when I mean emotional reason, he, as a child, Kitchen was enamored with Leonard Woolley, who was the guy who discovered of Sumer. Okay? So, for him, the only that ever was really was of Sumer. So, but as I said, when I discussed it with him, he just sort of said, well, Sumer's the only That's the end of the matter. Okay? So, it wasn't a well-reasoned response from him. It was really an emotional response. So, and once he sort of got into that frame of mind, you really couldn't argue with him. So, I think the northern locations are much better than say the southern the Sumer. Okay? So, but anyway, that's one point of difference I had with Kitchen. But then again, too, I never knew Leonard Woolley. He'd been dead for almost 80 years at that point. So it was like, okay, I didn't know the man personally. Okay, so, but Kitchen I knew, and that was more or less his real reasons why he favored the Sumer instead of the northern potential locations. Okay, so hope that helps. Thank you for the question. It's a good question. And, sometimes we just hold to things because we have emotional attachments to them. And scholars are no different in that regard. Okay, next question here is from Darkblade again. Why is the river in Joshua 24:2 assumed by everyone to be the Euphrates instead of the Jordan? The answer here is context. Let's pull up our Bibles. Joshua chapter 24, verse 2. Okay, and now we're going to have to read this. We'll read this, and we'll read it in its context. Okay? And we'll start at verse 2, and we'll go to, I'll say, verse 3, probably. And Joshua said to all the people, "Thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, from ancient times your fathers lived beyond the river." Now that's the river here is what's in question. Terah, the father of Abraham, and the father of Nahor, and they served other gods. Okay, now, just from that alone, Terah lived not just in basically that Urkesh. His father also lived in Urkesh. Okay? But then you get to verse 3 here. Then I took your father Abraham from beyond the river and led him through the land of Canaan. Abraham also started his life in Urkesh. and led him through the land of Canaan, and multiplied his descendants, and gave him Isaac. Okay? So, when we talk about the geography of ancient Israel, you don't view, say, that northern region of Mesopotamia as being on the other side of the Jordan. And the reason why is because you had people, Israelites, that were going to be settled north of the Sea of Galilee. So that's not beyond the Jordan. The Jordan is now behind you. Between you and northern Mesopotamia, the only river between you and northern Mesopotamia at that point is the Euphrates. Okay? That's the main river behind you, between the two of you. So, so that's one of those things that I think you just have to take it by context. And context is going to tell you here which river it is. It doesn't make sense for it to be the Jordan. Because what's beyond the Jordan is not the northern Euphrates. What's beyond the Jordan is you're essentially going to be heading from, say, the Promised Land. You're going to be heading east. And you're going to be hitting places like Moab and Ammon. Okay? Those areas. Modern Jordan, as it were. You're not going to be hitting Mesopotamia. So cultural geography is going to say that, you know, Abraham and his ancestors are going to be from northern Mesopotamia, and at most they're going to be, you know, closest to Syria. So that's not beyond the Jordan. It might be beyond some other river, depending on where you're writing from, but it's most likely, especially given it's Nahor, who never left northern Mesopotamia. He's beyond the Euphrates almost without doubt. Okay? So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for that question. It's a good question. Really appreciate it. But how we determine that is context. Okay. Next one here is going to be from... Yep. I'm going to take this from Sean Dowie, and he asks, if I could travel back in time to the ancient Near East and live long enough to matter, what would impress me more, vowels and punctuation or sandwiches, specifically grilled cheese? Well, you know what? The only cheese they grilled then was halloumi, and a little rubbery. It's not really great for sandwiches. um, yeah, they wouldn't have vowels. They wouldn't have punctuation. They don't even have spaces between the words. And they also didn't have sandwiches. Okay? There were always some types of bread and meat combinations, okay? Like flatbread with some sort of meat. But the sandwich was not like what we would know of the sandwich of today. There wasn't anything as like sliced bread. Sliced bread wasn't a thing. So you might have a flatbread, but does that count as a sandwich? So I sort of doubt it here. Yeah, the sandwiches would not be good if you could find one. The grilled cheese, halloumi's passable, not my favorite cheese. Okay, so yeah, that's what I would say. I don't know what would impress people more. Honestly, grilled cheese is a witch. Oh, Ryan. Okay. Sean also adds here, P.S. My son calls you Dr. Cairo. I think that's the nicest thing anyone has said of me all day. All right. Oh, I love that kids love our channel. Paging Dr. Cairo. Love it. Love it. All right. Next one here is from Mike JSB. And could the nodules on the mummy of Amenhotep II be post-mortem results of a reaction to embalming materials? I don't think so. I do think it is the result of a plague or a pox. I think that's really what we're seeing there, like smallpox. Kramer seems unaware that this is seen on other royal mummies, such as Tutmosis II. Oh yeah, that's because plague was common. It was really, really common. I think what Kramer misses here is that Amenhotep II died with that condition. Here's the thing: when you get sort of pox like sores like that, if you live like a year or two after, it starts scarifying. We don't see scars on the mummy of Amenhotep II. So what I think is that he died of this condition. I think he contracted smallpox and died from it. So and that would certainly throw a spanner in the whole plague of the whole Exodus thing. Because one of the things of the plague of boils in the Exodus is, Moses heals the people of it. That's one of the things, about the plague of boils. Search this. Let's see this. We'll see this. Exodus 9, verse 9. And it came about fine dust over the land of Egypt, and will become boils breaking out with sores on man and beast to the issue, through all the land of Egypt. So they took smoke from the kiln and stood before Pharaoh, and Moses threw it in the sky. And the magicians could not stand before Moses because of the boils, for the boils were on the magicians as well as on the Egyptians. Then the Lord said to Moses, rise up early in the morning and stand before Pharaoh and say to him, thus says the Lord God of Hebrews, let my people go that they may serve me. For the time I will send all my plagues on you and your servants and your people, so that you may know that there is no one like me in all the land. So now therefore bring your livestock and whatever you have in the field of safety. So this is one of those things that, if the Exodus account is correct, according to these guys like Kramer, Pharaoh has to survive the plague of boils years after. It won't make any sense otherwise. I mean, if you maintain the sort of the Masoretic dating, well, then you've got a problem, because Amenhotep II did not come to the throne until after the Exodus date. If you maintain the Septuagint date, then Amenhotep II lives another 5 years after the Exodus. Okay? So, in 5 years, there should be scarification. This is what guys like Kramer don't get. Now, Mike also adds here, Kramer seems unaware that this is seen on other royal mummies such as Tutmosis II. Yeah, that's because plagues like this were common. Pox-like plagues were very, very common back then. It's very common still today. Not so much with the outbreak of smallpox anymore, but we still get people who have chickenpox, cowpox, that sort of thing. So, that's one of the things we just see as part of the just sort of the, how do you say this, the the Sittenleben. Um, Mike JSB, some early daters allow a range and Amenhotep II dying right after the Exodus. Yeah, but they can't justify that chronologically. You know, he lived, he reigned 25 years. Okay? If it's in 1446, then Amenhotep II, he had to die, he wasn't even born in 1446. Okay? But if we're talking 1406, then that's in the 20th year of Amenhotep II. He still has another 5 years to reign. So they may allow it, but they can't justify it. Anyone can allow, could be possibilities, but you have to do more than that. You have to be able to justify what you say by the evidence, and they just can't do it. Okay, so I think that settles that issue of the nodules on Amenhotep II. Yeah, this stuff was common. This stuff was really common, and I think in the case of Amenhotep II, he died from it. And something like smallpox doesn't kill you 5 years later. If you make it through the first 90 days, you're probably good. Darkblade. Petition to make Amenhotep II was not reigning or even born yet in 1446 BC a new merch item. You guys don't buy merch items. Why we stopped making them. That's a cool idea. All right, next one here, and the final non-super chat for the opening segment here is also from Mike JSB. Is the people determinative accompanying Israel on the Merneptah Stele problematic for an early Exodus that dates this to the Judges period, since it applies Israel was not yet established in Canaan? Yes, but it's not the only thing, okay? Now, what the people determinative does is it shows that this is a people group. It's an ethnonym, not a toponym. Okay, so it's not the name of a city. It's a name of a wandering people. And the fact that it uses the Asiatic throwing stick sort of doubles down on that sort of reading of this as a wandering people. Now, but it isn't just that. Okay, the other consideration when we talk about the Merneptah Stele is that it's part of a poetic section. A poetic section that's divided into couplets. And each of those couplets talks about Merneptah conquering a certain kind of people group or cities. Like in the first couplet, it's two great empires. It's the Hittites are pacified and the Libyans are defeated. Ashkelon and Gaza, two cities on the coastal plain, are defeated. Yenoam and Gezer are defeated. These are two in the sort of Shephalish area. Okay? But Israel is coupled with the Hurrians, another wandering people group. Okay? So this is sort of indicative of the time when Israel isn't occupying cities. And we know even from, say, the earliest point of the conquest, Israelites are occupying cities. So the fact that Merneptah is encountering Israelites as just sort of people wandering around, not people inside of cities, is more indicative of a time when they had not yet been established in the land. Okay? So it isn't just the people determinative. It's the throwing stick determinative, and it's also how it is coupled within the rest of the poetic narrative. Yeah, you can't leave off the throwing stick. Well, throwing sticks are cool. Okay. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the other question. Really appreciate that. Okay, now we're on to Super Chats. Next first super chat here is from Daniel Rodriguez, who just became a Seth tier member. Thank you so much for supporting the channel in this way. Next, we've got Followers of the Shepherd for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Thoughts on the Sabu disc? Okay. The Sabu disc is sort of this, it's a stone artifact. It is very, very carefully carved with these sort of, looks almost like folded metal. It's not folded metal, but it is made of stone. Okay? Now, there's been a lot of people who've basically suggested this was made by ancient aliens. And I don't think it was, honestly. But I think what it was, I think the best explanation for the Sabu disc is that it's a kind of oil lamp burner. Okay? Basically with 3 large wicks. Okay? So you have put 3 large wicks in it, fill it with oil, and it has been shown to be functional as an oil lamp. So that's what I think it was. I think it was a very large oil lamp that was used to illuminate a large room. Okay? So that's what I think the Sabu disc is. I don't think it's anything special beyond that. It could have been made out of metal if it probably originally, the original probably had been made out of a bronze, but this particular one is made out of stone, found in C2. It dates to the Old Kingdom, so I think that's what it is. I don't think it's any more complicated than an oil lamp. And the reason why I say it's not any more complicated than an oil lamp is we do have single wick oil lamps that have those same sort of folds done in ceramic, and you find them all over the place in Egypt. So it's just sort of a three wick lamp is basically what it was. Warrior Most High, a bit high tech looking lamp. Yeah, essentially that's what it is. Okay. So, I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one here is from Lucas Eichenberg. $5. Thank you for the super chat. Any thoughts on a response video or something to Scott Stripling's lecture at Qualcomm Institute's UC San Diego Second Exodus conference? I haven't completely finished watching that yet, but I already have some thoughts on it. First thought that sort of springs to mind is he's getting a lot of his information off of YouTube. Okay, he's getting a lot of his stuff from guys like Kramer. Okay, he's getting that stuff. I mean, a lot of his defenses of various aspects are from like Kramer and Titus Kennedy. I mean, for that lecture, he really sort of plumbed the bottom of the YouTube barrel. Okay, so I think a lot of his just, I mean, I couldn't believe he quoted Kramer's Amenhotep II boils thing. I just like, dude. 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 Not good, man. Not good. Oh boy. Jack Ray. Kramer and Kennedy. That's like getting stuff from Kramer and George Constanza. Yep. Could be. Okay. Well, that's fun. Yeah, I haven't seen much on the videos so far on his paper that was new. Okay, most of it I've addressed already in other places. So, we don't know if we'll be doing a response to that or not. So far, I'm not impressed. But we'll see. All right, next one here we at? It's 3. Next super chat here is from Linus Odell for 200 Swedish kroner. Thank you for the super chat. Could the decreasing ages in early Genesis genealogies reflect how closer ancestors in time and relation were more likely to be remembered or seen as interesting and thus including individually rather than merged or admitted? That's one possibility. But I think there's another possibility that we need to consider too. Is that the shortening of genealogical ages may have more to do with urbanization. Okay, one of the things that we need to keep in mind is that clans become obsolete as the members of the clan move into cities. Clans only make sense in rural areas, where you need that for defense. Okay, as Israel becomes more and more urbanized, which starts happening, a couple centuries before Abraham, that shifts how the clan dynamics work in Israel. So, and this is one of the things where we do see is as people sort of spread out, they start building cities. They start going to places like Israel, like Egypt, and there they start farming, but they're also starting to build cities. And as they build more and more cities, the lifespans of clans diminish. And again, it's because you don't need clans in urbanization. You don't need it in cities. So I think that I personally sort of lean more to the idea that it's not so much that they were remembering more recent ancestors. I mean, they could have continued the tradition of remembering every important guy down the line. But I also think, too, that you're just going to see more of that diminishment as essentially Israel becomes urban. Okay? And we see this. We see, for example, clans pretty much go extinct in Israel in a process that is started by Solomon and ends in the Assyrian and Babylonian conquest. That pretty much spells the end of the clan structure in Israel. Because the Assyrians, when they conquer northern Israel, they break up the clans. Solomon starts this by redefining tribal boundaries to break up clans. Okay, so Solomon is not a fan of the clan system. Solomon starts this process where he redefines the boundaries of the tribal regions, tribal holdings to slice some clans in half. Okay. Ryan says, but how could this be the result of Israel urbanizing if all this... It's a process that takes place over time. That's how. This doesn't happen overnight. This happens slowly over time. So it's not the process of urbanization is not an overnight thing. Cities start small and they build up over time. They start off as a small defensive fort and they grow. As more people find refuge inside the fort, they have to sort of expand their walls and grow and all that. So, I'd have to look up the specifics on that. We do know that that he changed the tribal map, but I'd have to go look at the details of that. That was something I had learned way back. So that's not an answer I can give you off the top of my head, but I remember that being covered a long time ago. So okay, so Bonbon asks, why don't clan members fight to keep a clan together? Why make sections of the city? Why not make sections of the city for each clan to keep the social structure from crumbling? A very good reason is because once you're sort of in a city, you have to find a job. You have to work in a profession. You have to trade merchandise. So, and cities are usually not organized in such a way to maintain clan integrity. Okay, in the case of, say, a farming community, one clan might have be in charge of an entire farming community. Everyone's land is belongs to someone you're related to. You move to a city, and your neighbor may be from another clan. On one side, on the other side, he might be from a completely different tribe. Cities sort of take people and sort of press them all together. They melt them all together. Think of cities like a melting pot. Okay, they're a melting pot, and they're a melting pot of not just ethnicities, but of tribes and clans too. So, and in the case of, say, urbanization, that's sort of a passive way that this happens. Okay, now there was active ways that people try to break up a clan too. In the case of, say, the Assyrian deportations, the Assyrians broke up any clan. Okay, so what they would do is they would separate any family unit that was, or any unit that was, say, larger than the nuclear family. Okay, and then they would deport them all over the Assyrian Empire. So that was a way of sort of forced integration into the Assyrian Empire. So that's more or less the reason why they just couldn't hold it together. Okay, so I think that's more or less what how that happened, but you can't rule out the idea that they remembered more recent ancestors too. I just think the urbanization is a better explanation for that is. Jack Ray says, if families start fighting clans and tribes, it is often considered anti-state action and is suppressed heavily. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, you start a riot in a city? Oh, boy. Yeah. The guards come out. All right. So I hope that answered that question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Next, we got here Jack Ray giving the channel before it started today 20 Ancient Egypt and the Bible gift memberships. Thank you so much for your support of the channel. We really appreciate it. Thank you so very much. We couldn't do it without you, so we really appreciate your help and support here. All right, next super chat is from Dossman for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Happy 4th. I love Canadian holidays. Our holiday was the 1st. we had Canada Day on the 1st. 4th is American Independence Day. I don't know if you were just needling the Americans here or the Canadians, but oh well. I appreciate the super chat. Thank you very much. All right, Dossman for $5 here. In Proverbs 7, 6-9, is the young man used to being with these types of people, or is he not? Odd debate came up over this. Okay, let's take this Bible here. Proverbs. Chapter 7, 6-9. All right. For at the window of my house I looked out through my lattice, and I saw among the naive, I discerned among the youths. a man lacking sense, passing through the street near her corner, and he takes the way to her house. In the twilight, in the evening, in the middle of the night, and in the darkness, and behold, a woman comes to meet him, dressed as a harlot and cunning of heart. Okay. Now, this is not any specific man, but it is sort of a representation of a young guy who's going to get eaten alive by this prostitute. Okay? And he doesn't have the good sense to stay away. So we have to understand that this is proverbial literature. These are proverbs. Okay? These are designed as a form of teaching literature that are general maxims of good advice. So what's being shown here is that this is a young man who is too young to know better, too stupid to know better. The text here says lacking sense. You could just use the word here, stupid. Okay? A young, stupid man. Okay? And this guy is at his window. He's looking out of it, and he's watching. He's people watching. The proverb, the writer of the proverb here is people watching, and he sees here this young stud who has more lust than brains fall for this lady of the night. Okay? So so when it talks about this, it is using it as it's not pointing to a specific man, but it's something that this guy has observed time and again. So that's what's going on here in the passage. And every city had this, and every time and place had something like this. So it's one of those things that that's in a sense it's a universal. It's a universal, not a specific young man, but it's one of those things that you can see time and time again throughout the history of mankind. So you just it's a recurring pattern in human life, right? And it's a warning. Stay away from this. Stay away from this. Here's the example. And the author here doesn't pull any punches. He's basically saying that this young man is dumb. He is stupid. Okay? He's not sugarcoating this. And he's basically saying she'll bring him to ruin. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. All right, we have got Esther here. Good to see you, Esther. For $5. Thank you for the super chat. And she says, what retelling of the Exodus narrative somewhere else in the Bible, like Genesis 12, 10 to 11, birth of Jesus, Mark 4:6, gets overlooked by most people? Wow, that is a good question. The narrative, I think, that actually gets most overlooked is Exodus chapter 2. And that sounds funny. That sounds really strange. Because you would think, okay, this is the part of the narrative. But it's really explicit. Exodus 2. Show you. Even though it's within Exodus itself, one of the reasons why it gets overlooked, it's inside the Exodus. It's a narrative within a narrative. And because it is a narrative within a narrative, it gets overlooked all the time. Okay? And here it is in Exodus chapter 2, where it talks about the birth narrative of Moses. Okay? Verse 3. But when she could hide him no longer, she got him a wicker basket, a reed basket, that's suf, reed basket, covered it with tar and pitch. She then put the child into it and set it among the reeds, the suf, by the bank of the Nile. And his sister stood at a distance to find out what would happen to him. And then the daughter of Pharaoh came down to bathe at the Nile with her maidens walking along the side of the Nile, and she saw the basket among the reeds, suf again, and sent her maiden. She brought it out to her. This is essentially Moses being brought through the Sea of Reeds. It's a foreshadowing of the Exodus narrative, the parting of the sea and the salvation of people through the reeds. It is the Exodus narrative in a nutshell, prophesied through the birth narrative of Moses. Okay? And it gets really overlooked. I've seen exegetes overlook this. And it's foreshadowing, it's explicit, it's clearly telling you what is going to come. And I think it's one of the most overlooked because it is so close to the Exodus narrative, but just outside of it. So that's the one I think gets most overlooked. So anyway, again, it's just so close to the beginning of the narrative, but just outside of it. And people look at this narrative and they go, oh, this is a copy of Sargon, of Akkad, his birth narrative. It isn't. It's really a recapitulation of the Exodus narrative, just as the birth narrative of Moses. It's the Exodus narrative that's being copied here, not the Sargon birth narrative. And people miss this all the time. All the time. So, I hope that helped. Thank you very much. It is great to see you again. Thank you so much for the super chat. Okay. Esther for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. What's your favorite retelling of the Exodus narrative? Favorite retelling? Has to be the crucifixion. Okay. The Passover lamb. The whole crucifixion narrative is the Passover. Christ is the Passover lamb who takes away the sins of the world. So Christ does not say the bull and the goat of Yom Kippur. He is the Passover lamb, the unblemished lamb that takes away the sins of the world, where God passes over the sins again. So that's my favorite retelling of the Exodus narrative in Scripture. Okay? Now, outside of Scripture, my favorite Exodus movie, what would you say? I don't know what would be my favorite Exodus movie. I think the Ten Commandments is still the best. Yeah, I think it's still all except for that stupid love scene. That 1 hour love narrative in the middle. Cut that out and it's a great movie. Yeah, I don't know why Cecil DeMille's had that love narrative in the middle. It just bloated the film. If you edit that film down from 3 hours to about 100 minutes, 100 minutes would be fine. You actually get a really good movie out of that. But it does need a good edit. Really needs a good edit. Unfortunately, good luck being able to do that. It's not Not a copyright, not even close. Mama, oh Moses, Moses. It might be 5 hours. I don't know exactly. It's really long. Yeah. Ryan says, I thought 10 Commandments was like 5 hours. It's really long. I don't exactly know how long it is. But I know if you take out that hour and a half love narrative in the middle, it's just a much better. It's actually surprisingly accurate. He got a lot of stuff right. But then again, too, he consulted real Egyptologists like Labib Habashi, one of the greats of Egyptology. So he had a lot of good consultants on that film. Okay. Next super chat here is from AT Ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. How is baptism spiritually efficacious? That is going to really depend upon what your denomination is. It's hard to say. I mean, look, let's face it. Baptism is a promise. It's a promise. It's a promise that you're going to live your life for Jesus Christ. Now, if you don't keep that promise, it has no spiritual efficacy at all. Okay? It's at that point, if you don't keep that promise, it's no different than having a bad bath. And a bath that doesn't even get you clean. Okay? So, Jackery, actually listening to consultants in Hollywood? Yeah, I know. Crazy talk. That never happens. Okay, so if you don't keep the promise, there's no efficacy. It doesn't help you one bit. It's not magic. Yeah. Now, if you talk about the Lutherans are going to say they're going to believe in baptismal regeneration. Lutherans believe in baptismal regeneration, where once you're baptized, you are regenerated in the spirit. They actually believe there's some magic that happens there, and you become spiritually regenerated. Okay? I think that is extremely wrong-headed. We have had generations of people who were just baptized for cultural reasons and did some of the most evil, wicked things. They were in no way spiritually regenerated. Okay? I mean, 9/10 of the Nazi regime was baptized. That should be a pretty good sign that baptism alone is not effective. Okay? So, Mama says, I was baptized before I was a Christian, thanks to crappy practices at the Baptist church I went to as a kid. Made no difference other than my new dress. Yeah. Dossman says, many Soviets were too. Yeah, they were. Joseph Stalin was. Joseph Stalin was baptized. Dude was in the seminary to be a priest. Yeah, I didn't know that, did you? Yeah. Yeah, Joseph Stalin was baptized. Yeah, he was in seminary. He was going to be a priest. That man was not spiritually regenerated. Dude was a madman. He was a homicidal maniac. Yeah, so, baptism without commitment is spiritually worthless. Now, I'll say this. Baptism, if you keep the promise, you made the promise by baptism, if you keep the promise, it is efficacious that God will keep you in the faith. Okay? And that's what the efficacy of baptism is. It then becomes the symbol of your faith, the symbol of your perseverance. Okay? So, if you make the promise to be baptized and you keep the promise, God will keep you in the faith. That's the promise. Okay? You know, it's a two-way promise. You promise to keep the faith, God will keep you in the faith. Okay? So, but if you abandon the faith, you've abandoned it. You've abandoned the promise, and then it has no efficacy. Mama says, my testimony directly led to a middle-aged man getting baptized for real because he realized his faith was performative. He wanted it to be real. Well, praise the Lord for that. Yeah, praise the Lord for that. A.J. Higgins says, keep your salvation with fear and trembling. Yeah. Search to see if you're in the faith. If you're in the faith, excellent. God will keep you in the faith as long as you stay on the path of the faith. Abandon the path, then you're kind of on your own at that point. Okay. Let's go on the next one here. 18 Ministers for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. How is communion spiritually efficacious? Again, if you're just drinking the wine and eating the bread, not much. Not that much wine. It's not that much bread. Not even good for the body. Okay? But again, the communion is, you're there to remember Christ. You are there to worship and to be with Christ. And the efficacy of communion is one where you are with other like-minded Christians. At least you're supposed to be. You know, you're supposed to be with people in the faith, worshiping Christ as Lord and God. Okay? So, if you are in that faith, and you're in that communion of other people, and I'm not using the word communion differently here than as in the Lord's Supper, the Eucharist. Okay? The word communion is sort of, in many sense, is synonymous. The Latin is in communio with the Eucharist or Eucharistus. Okay? So, between the ditches says, communion is ontological a greater sense. The Eucharist is like baptism. It is efficacious if there is true communion. Easily profaned. Yeah, sure. I would say, though, that the profanity that one brings to, say, those who say take communion in an unworthy manner, you know, they're bringing it in from the outside. Okay, so they're either coming to the communion, you know, burdened by sin. They're coming to the communion in act of rebellion, the teachings of Christ. They're coming into the communion as unbelievers. Okay, that is stuff you bring into the Eucharistic practice that profanes it, but it doesn't profane it for everyone. It just profanes it for you. Okay, so we gotta be careful what we mean here by profane. So it doesn't spoil it for everyone. It just brings a curse upon you. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. My producer says it's kind of like the Ananias and Sapphira thing. You know, you had one guy who he sells his land and gives it all to the brothers, and then you get Ananias and Sapphira who make the promise and don't keep it. Okay, between the it just says agreed. That is what I meant. Cool, awesome. Okay, so overall, communion is only spiritually efficacious if you are in that mode of true worship and true adoration to Christ our Lord. But there's a lot of people who take communion who, again, have no true belief. And if they have no true belief, then it has no efficacy at all. Yeah. Yeah. 18 Ministries for 199 asks another super chat here. Are baptism and communion simply symbolic? No. They are not simply symbolic. They are also, though, not phenomenological either. Okay? So, let me... it's not just... It's a symbol. Let's just take communion just for a moment here. It's not just... You don't have two options. Okay? It's not just... It's either the pure presence and in the elements, Christ's body and blood are present in the elements, and the elements transform into corpuscles and flesh, okay? Or it's a symbol. It's not just two options here, okay? I assure you, if you do a blood test, any blood test at all, you know, take a random sort of blood testing swab from a forensics lab, and you sneak a dip. You get your elements and you sneak a dip of the test strip into your wine before you drink it. I am pretty darn sure you are going to get a negative result for blood. Okay? I can take that to the bank. Yeah, and then yet there are people who will violently disagree about this. There are people out there who really do believe that the wine is transformed into wine-tasting blood corpuscles. Ryan says, please don't take wine to the bank. There are wine banks, by the way. Just to be... The blood bank. Oh, wait, no. I mean, I've met these people. I've met people who really think the bread turns into flesh, you know, is protein. And people who say that the wine turns into blood corpuscles. I have met these people. I have known them personally. Some of them are still my friends. Okay? Mama says, I am an incredibly literal person, Doc. And even I know it's not metaphorical. Yeah. But there's the other end of this, the other side of this too, which is that it's not just a symbol. It's not just a symbol. So it's like the pendulum swings one way, but then it swings the other way, and that's way too far. Okay? There are lots of middle ground positions in that. In between the it's corpuscles and it's a symbol. Okay? You know, it's, I mean, you could have, you know, as Mama mentioned here, the metaphorical meaning. That is one compromise here. It's not a symbol, but it's a metaphor. Okay, that's one position. Another position is the Lutheran position, which is theology by preposition. It's not transformed into corpuscles, but the real presence is in, under, and through the elements. It's theology by preposition. What does that mean? Nobody knows. But that's the point. You're not supposed to be able to know because it's prepositions. Okay? There's another view that basically says that it is not symbolic, it's not metaphor. There is a substantial benefit through phenomenology. All right? Phenomenology. Whereas God blesses you through the administration of the elements. There's also another view, which I hold, which is the in communio view, which is the act of being in communion manifests the presence of the Lord, not in the elements itself, but because 2 or 3 are gathered together. Because Christ said, where 2 or 3 are gathered, there am I also. So there's a lot of compromise and a lot of different positions between the 2 extremes. The extreme that says that the wine is just corpuscles, and the position that says it's just a symbol. Okay? So there's a lot of different, say, a variety of positions in between. Okay? So, hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. I don't think it's just simply symbolic. I take the in communio position. Okay? I think there is something to communion. I think it is, though, because Christ manifests among us when we are gathered together in worship. And I'd even say the same thing for baptism. Baptism is not a private event. You know, if it was just the baptism alone, you could do it by yourself. It's a public event. You can't Coke bottle, fill it with water, dump it over your head. Yeah, baptized. Well, this is what I found crazy about, say, the communion service at Willow Creek. It was a booth at the back of the sanctuary, and you took it privately by yourself as you were leaving. It was crazy. That's not communion. Yeah. It's just nuts. Nuts. That is not communion. Communion is done in community. Baptism is done in community. Oh, yeah, that, get what denomination that one was off the top of my head. We went to one church where supposedly communion was passing around the collection plate. That one was, oh my gosh, that one was awful. I think it was a Presbyterian church, now that I think of it. Yeah. That was the worst one I saw, at that Presbyterian church, where communion was passing out the collection plate. It's like, collection communion, what? Hey, communion's not something that they give to you, it's something you give them. Collection communion, what? Megachurch practices, am I right? The one with the communion at the back of the sanctuary, that was at a megachurch, yeah. Willow Creek is a megachurch. But the Presbyterian church was an old, dying Protestant church. I think it was called Zion Presbyterian, I believe, and it was in I think it was in Wisconsin. Yeah, that one where they passed the collection plate. That was bad. That was the worst I've ever seen. Jack Ray, this is insane stuff I've never seen. Oh, you see some weird, wild stuff if you decide to look. I recommend this. I think every Christian should do this. Just go visit all the churches in your neighborhood, or at least a good selection. Visit about 10, 15 churches. Do it every other Sunday. You'll get an education. You'll get an education. And here's, if you want to make this really worthwhile, okay, write a small paragraph on what you saw there. You're just visiting. Write what you saw. Write a paragraph, keep a journal. Have a little notebook. Go to church, to, a different church every Sunday. You will learn more about Christianity doing that one exercise than you will reading about all of this. Yeah. Yeah. AJ Higgins, we need Dr. Falk vlogs. Hey, I just started a Substack, okay? I have a limited amount of time, man. Um, so, yeah. Yeah, that's the perk to paging Dr. Cairo. uh, Alakazoo says, Jackery, I agree. As a reformed, I never heard of that too. But you see some crazy stuff out there. Really, really crazy stuff. Yes, there are snake charming churches out there. Um, they do exist. I have seen them. Um, it is a really, really bad idea. Yeah, yeah. Okay, I can actually post that Substack link. Ooh, ouch. All right, there's the Substack link. Okay, back to this. Yeah, Mama says we lived in the South for 15 years. We were well aware that snake handling churches are a real thing, unfortunately. Yeah, and people die from them every year. Yeah, don't mess with snakes, man. Danger noodles. They're danger noodles for a reason. Okay. And frankly, they're bite snakes bite you because they don't want to bite you, but they're afraid of you. And that's because they're a noodle with a head. But they will get really aggressive and they will defend themselves. Okay, so but I've never been to a snake handling church. I know they exist. But definitely don't do it. Don't do it. It's even debatable if that's even a part of Mark, to be honest. I mean, that's the long ending of Mark, and oh, oh, that's probably not even scripture, that part. Tossman. Let's just have bunny church where bunnies are just let loose on the congregation. Yeah, but no one would pay attention to the sermon. They'd be all going, ooh, ah, cute, cuddly. Yeah, that would. Well, that's true. Yeah, there is that aspect too, where bunnies would be on the pews right beside you, trying to get cuddles because they like hearing human speech. So it's crazy how much human speech they like. Okay, so I think we covered the whole baptism and communion thing. All right, next one here. AT Ministries for 199. Thank you for the super chat. Could you explain the towns in Joshua being forts? Some were, some aren't. Um, some of the towns in the Levant were walled. They had walls. Some of them were open. Here's the thing: the problem with identifying um, anything is, as far as the towns and what the configuration was, is the term Ir, which means city in Hebrew. It can mean anything from a hamlet, an unwalled, unfortified hamlet, to a metropolis. Okay. It's really sort of it covered all of that. So you had everything from small farming villages to walled cities to great military fortresses. So it really depends. Mama, nope, we would be completely distracted by cuteness. Mama, how do you two get anything done? Yeah, it's a problem. He is adorable. Oh yeah, she loves listening. But it is hard not to go and cuddle a bunny sometimes. Yeah. Um, all right. Next super chat here is from Big Destiny for 4.99. My Sunday school teacher says the Sermon on the Mount is about the kingdom of heaven, but I'm not buying it. What are your thoughts? Um, well, yes, no. It is about the kingdom of heaven, but it's about Christ's kingdom on earth too. Okay? So it's not one or the other kind of thing. It's, and Christ goes, the kingdom of heaven is like in the Sermon on the Mount. But he also says, blessed are the poor in spirit, for they shall inherit the earth. Blessed are the peacekeepers. Well, you don't need peacekeepers in heaven. Okay? That's upon earth. So it's not just about the kingdom of heaven. It's about how we interact on earth to make earth like heaven. Okay? That's what the Sermon on the Mount is about. And it's not even so much about that. You want to get right down to it? The Sermon on the Mount is about you can't do it. It's you are what Christ does in the Sermon on the Mount is he raises the bar. He says, "Oh, you tithe your mint and your spices, okay, but you ignore the greater things, justice and mercy." Christ keeps, takes the law and the application of the law that was sort of proposed by the Pharisees, and he raises it. He raises it to a level no person can keep the law. That's what the Sermon on the Mount is about. Okay? It's really taking the bar of first century Judaism and raising it so high no human being can reach it. That's the standard of holiness God wants. Can't achieve it. That's why we need Christ. So this is not even this is not the kingdom of heaven. It's not really about the kingdom of on earth, Christ on earth, as much as it is Christ raising that bar, taking it, and it's 3 chapters long. Okay, the Sermon on the Mount is 3 chapters long. Once you raise that bar, there's no coming back. Yeah, Mama's got it right here. It's making our need for God blindingly obvious. Yes, that's exactly what the purpose of the Sermon on the Mount is. To make our need for God blindingly obvious. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's exactly the point. My producer said, you cannot get into heaven without God's help. That's exactly the point of the Sermon on the Mount. Yeah, he gives us that help. Absolutely. They could do almost. Mama says he must supply the ultimate sacrifice, not a temporary one, but a permanent one. Yeah, it is. You don't get that in the Sermon on the Mount. The Sermon on the Mount is just to show people their need, that they need a savior. That's the purpose of the Sermon on the Mount. I recommend this. I recommend that every church does this at some point. Okay? Forget their regular sermon for a week. Just 1 week. Read Sermon on the Mount. I believe it's Mark 5 through 7. Okay? Just read it from one end to the other. Read it and don't preach on it. Just read the Sermon on the Mount to your congregation. Your congregation will sit there dumbfounded. It's Matthew? Okay. Matthew 5 through 7. Matthew verses chapter 5. Yeah. Yeah, Matthew 5 through 7. But just read it from one end to the other. Matthew 5, Matthew 6, Matthew 7 in one sitting. Just read it straight. And you don't even have to tell them anything else. Just the pastor gets up there, and he doesn't even have to sit at the podium. He can sit in a chair. Just read it. All 3 chapters in one sitting to your congregation. You will have a very, very quiet congregation at the end of Matthew 7. They will be convicted. They will be convicted. Easy sermon prep, yeah. It might be easy sermon prep, but dang, you're going to get some, you might get some blowback. You might get some elder coming up to you saying, you know, was that really fair to read that to the congregation? Aren't you being too judgmental by reading that? Yeah. Why'd you dump that on us all at once? Yeah, it's just crazy. It's just crazy that you will get some people who really protest. You know, and you know, I think at that point, you know, a pastor will need to go, well, okay, let's talk about elder reselection. Okay? But yeah. Dossman, we're here for the good feelies and the donuts. Yeah. There's way too much of that in the church. Way too much of that in the church. But yeah, if you wanna transform a church, just let people aware of their need for sin, their need for salvation, you know, their need for a savior. Read them Matthew 5, 6, and 7. One sitting. You're not going to say anything before. Not going to say anything after. No preaching. Just read the Sermon on the Mount, and you will see a stunned congregation. Stunned. I can guarantee it. So, yeah. In fact, it's even more effective if the preacher says nothing. He walks out, opens his Bible, reads 3 chapters, closes it, walks off. You will get... It's a way that will just sort of rattle your congregation in a way that it needs to be rattled. Hmm? Yeah. Jack Ray. 3 songs, 3 chapters by. Well, that's another thing I think should change in churches too. Song order. I think I've always heard churches, and this is something that's we've had for a long time, for about 100 years in North American churches. And now I'm going to get on another soapbox here, because you guys all love my soapboxes. I think it should be sermon first, then worship songs. Here's what I really dislike about the format of North American churches is that they use worship songs as a warm-up. Worship songs aren't a warm-up. They're supposed to be worship. This is one of the reasons why I like the idea of sermon first, then worship songs. They need a reason to worship. The sermon should be first. Okay? Sermons, you have to give the people, the parishioners, the laity, something to worship. So you give the sermon first. And then after the sermon, then you worship. The worship is supposed to be the response to the Word of God. That's the right order. Okay? That's the right order. Give them the Word of God. Okay? That's your sermon. Your sermon is the Word of God, of the Lord. Give them the Word of God first. And then worship is their response to the Word of God. It's not a warm-up exercise. It should have never been a warm-up exercise. How it became ubiquitous in the American church just baffles me. It baffles me. Okay? This is why you get all these guys early Sunday morning go, I will worship you, Lord, I will worship you. And it's dreadful. They're not worshiping. They're not even awake. Okay? Wake them up with the Word of God. You know, that's where the Word of God comes in. It gives them something to focus on and to worship. The Word of God is sharper than any two-edged sword dividing soul and spirit. It's what rattles you. It's the Holy Spirit being manifest as you speak. That is the Word of God. So this whole idea that you can have worship at the beginning and then the sermon, it's crazy. It's backwards. It's so freaking backwards. Sermon first, then worship. Because then, once they've got the Word of God, they can then respond to it. And they can respond to it through song, through worship, through praise, or through liturgy, however you want. Have that sermon first. That is the proper order. Oh boy. No, but sorry, Jack, but yeah, that's I think this is one of those that sort of triggered something in me because I just see it all the time. Okay. Next super chat here. So we talked about the Sermon on the Mount here. Okay. Next super chat here is from AT Ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Did Pharaoh's daughter find Moses in Avaris? It would have been in that area of Avaris, yes. Back when Moses was a child, Ramses would not have been built yet. Okay, it wasn't built at that time when Moses was alive. In fact, even the palatial estate of Seti the First hadn't even been built yet. Okay, so the big city in that area was Avaris. Okay, and she wasn't yet daughter of Moses, or sorry, daughter of Pharaoh at the time. She was daughter of the vizier, okay, which is why she could adopt. Okay, she couldn't adopt if she had already been a Pharaoh's daughter, because Pharaoh's daughters weren't allowed to adopt. But but before, when she was daughter of the vizier, she could have adopted. So, yeah, that would have happened at Avaris. It would have happened during the tenure of probably Ramses the First, when he was vizier over Lower Egypt. Okay, so hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. 18 Ministries for $1.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Why is Joseph shaved before seeing Pharaoh? 41 verse 14. Okay, let's talk about that. Genesis 41. Then Pharaoh sent and called for Joseph, and they hurriedly brought him out of the dungeon. It wasn't really a dungeon, it was a I hate that term dungeon. That's a bad translation of that. It's basically a quarry. A quarry. That's what Egyptians used for prisons, was quarries. And when he had shaved himself and changed his clothes, he came to Pharaoh. All right. Now, shaving. Let's talk about shaving in Egypt, because it was really an important form of grooming. Okay? Ryan asks, does shave mean clean shave or just trimmed? It means all the hair off. Okay. Oh, look. Joseph was in prison, in a quarry prison, for years. Okay? He wouldn't have had access to shaving implements there. He wouldn't have had water to use them. Okay? So he would have had all his hair would have grown long, and there would have been problems with lice. Okay? Egypt had a large lice problem. Okay? Lice were everywhere. So nobody is going to send you in front of the king when you're covered in lice. Okay? So they had him shaved, changed his clothes, got him cleaned up. Okay? That would have been all the hair. Okay? All the hair on the top of the head, the beard, the eyebrows, armpits, everything. All the hair's got to go. So, again, this is lice control. And Egyptians were really, really picky about this. Dustin Meeks, how did they shave in Egypt? They had bronze razors. And I actually have some photos of these. They're essentially, they almost look like the discs, oval discs about that big. And they were sharpened on a leather strap. And yeah, mama, Egyptians were no chill on pest control. Oh boy, isn't that true? Yeah, pest control. Yeah, Egyptians had lots of ways of dealing with pests. They developed some of the first rat traps. Okay, from the city of Lehun. It was they discovered that in some of that there were tunnels going under the houses, between the houses, that were dug by rats, and they found in some of these tunnels rat traps. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're big. Yeah. 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 So So yeah, they're the kind of the razors that they used back then are kind of they're not sort of the razors that you see like the straight blades that we have today. They're curved. They're not curved. They're convex. They're, as I said, they're kind of a disc, small flat disc of bronze. And I got some pictures of them. They had some of those when I did the photographs at the Royal BC Museum. But yeah, we got examples of razors from Egypt, and that's sort of what they used for lice control. So yeah. Mercian Thane asks, so the Hyksos adopted Egyptian practices too? Some, yeah. Yeah, the Hyksos adopted several of the practices. They would adopt shaving practices. They adopted some of the religious practices. They adopted some of the language. So they also had, though, they did keep some of their Amoritic practices too. They retained the language. They did retain some of the religious practices, like worshiping gods like Astarte, Baal, and Resheph. They also continued to bury their dead in that Semitic Amoritic style. So it was kind of a balance. They didn't completely become Egyptianized, but they did adopt some of the Egyptian practices. Okay, next one here. So yeah, Joseph shaved completely before visiting Pharaoh. But again, it's for lice control. Next one here is 18 Ministries for 199. Thank you for the super chat. I've never seen an Indiana Jones movie. Should I? Wow. Yes, you should. I wouldn't get your religious or biblical studies from it, but it's good entertainment. So like yeah. So I mean, I like Raiders of the Lost Ark. Yeah, he's a terrible archaeologist. Don't don't use Indiana Jones as an example of an archaeologist.
And fine.
Yeah, yeah. Don't think you're just gonna walk into a temple and steal the nice statue. You know, it doesn't work that way. Like a zoo. He was a grave robber. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Indiana Jones was a grave robber. He wasn't an archaeologist. You know, he was a tomb raider. Yeah, he was a grave. Yeah, that's true. Lara Croft is open about being a tomb raider. Indiana Jones pretends to be an archaeologist. Jack Ray and Dr. Falk can say that without triggering certain people. Yay. Dossman, Lara Croft is honest. Yeah. 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 Alakazu, when I was in archaeology, he was loved by everyone. Yeah. Tongue sticking out. Yeah, I kind of he's not a good archaeologist. He's one of the worst. I mean, he causes more damage than he preserves the monuments. You know? So oh yeah, he totally destroys those temples by the time he's done. I mean, well, I mean, even in the very first movie, when he's trying to find the Ark of the Covenant, he's got the Staff of Ray, and he puts it on the little model of Tanis to find out where the Ark's buried. You know, as soon as he finds out the location of the Ark, he breaks the staff. this ancient artifact, this 3,000-year-old artifact, he snaps in half. You know, just like, what? Yeah, no, don't do that. Don't break artifacts. Okay. That's bad archaeology. That's generally seen as bad archaeology. Just saying. Yeah. Yeah, it's just no, it's just don't do it. Don't do it, man. Uh watch Indiana Jones because they're entertaining movies. Watch him because as a negative life example for archaeology. Yeah, and neither one of them are publishing their findings. Yes. Good archaeologists publish their findings. Dossman says, to be an archaeologist, you must be in Olympian shape, have guns, and be ready to fight National Socialists and Communists. Well, I think I qualify for much of those, but Mercy and Thane, Jones is such a bad archaeologist and still was allowed to be a professor? Yeah, well, yeah. Mama says, Indiana Jones has not been peer-reviewed. Let that sink in. Oh yeah, he never writes reports. Site report? What's a site report? Yeah, I know. Yeah, it does. The movies do say that he has written articles, but he's never done a site report. Jack Ray, 1, go to Egypt. 2, break ancient staff. 3, participate in the ancient Egyptian ritual of Egyptian beating by the museum staff and police. Yeah. Ryan says Indiana Jones in the peer-reviewed article. Ooh, ouch. 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 Mercy and Thane. Jones said, yeah, let's dig in this place without authorization. What could go wrong? You could get a good beating. That's what could go wrong. Oh, ouch. Ouch, mama. Digging without authorization to do so sounds like something the University of the Holy Land would do. Ooh, yeah. Oh, ouch. Yeah, that's an ouch. Oh, okay. Ryan Cohenkamp asks, what is the most what is the most unrealistic thing about archaeology in the indie movies? You go into a temple and you see tarantulas and rolling stones coming after you. I've never seen that yet. I've never seen a tarantula in a temple. Okay? Never. Snakes in a temple. Yeah, okay, there's snakes in Egypt, in temples. Okay. There is one where it's a huge problem, actually. But I've never seen a temple have a rolling stone come after you, ever. Temples are public places of public worship. Why would you build a trap in a temple? You don't like the followers because they don't tithe? I guess. I mean, that's one reason. Dossman for fun? It could be. Yeah. Yeah, that one is probably the most unrealistic thing. Where was that? Between the ditches 951. Oh yeah. Most unrealistic thing, all of it, especially the hot co-ed propositioning you in class. Yeah. Yeah. Mm. Um I have seen snakes in a temple though. All right. Um the Osirian, okay? The Osirian is a temple dedicated to Osiris that's behind the temple of Seti the First at Abydos. It's not open to the public. And one of the reasons it's not open to the public is because the temple has a cobra problem. Okay? Um there are dozens and dozens and dozens of cobras that have made it their home. Now, they sent Egyptians down there to do the excavation and the restoration and to do cobra removal, but every time they remove some cobras, some more come back. So, snakes in a temple? Yes, I've seen that. Um, so that's actually realistic. I've seen that happen. Between the ditches says, snakes are a huge no thanks for me. No place should have a cobra problem. Dossman, only Dr. Cairo can survive the cobras. Mama, all they do is make room for more. Yeah, probably. Between the ditches, pure nightmare fuel. I mean, the cobras are really not that interested in you, but if you get tourists down there, and there's a whole bunch of cobras. I mean, one of the reasons why cobras are so attracted to the Osirian is the Osirian. The bottom of that temple is almost at the water table, so it tends to flood, and the water tends to sit there. So the snakes go down there looking for a cool place with a bit of water, because snakes like water too. They like everyone likes to drink. Okay, so Mama says, so you're saying the most accurate part about Dr. Indiana Jones is the hating snakes part. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, the X marks the spot in the middle of the library where you take the crowbars and start tearing up the floor of the library. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, probably not. Jack Ray, oh boy. The walking track near me has a pond in the center. There are a lot of snakes that come out on the track and lay around at night. Yeah. Well, they come around out at night because it's cool. It's cool. It's good hunting. They go by the water because, again, it's cool. They can get something to drink in the heat. And, that's copperheads. Why did it have to be copperheads? Good question. In Egypt, it's cobras. They do have other poisonous snakes in Egypt too. You just don't see them in temples so much. You do get a lot of cobras around human civilization. So they tend to be. You tend to encounter those more. I knew an archaeologist who was digging up a site, and they had to stop digging because they landed into a cobra nest of something like 30 to 60 cobras. So, yeah, once you got that many snakes in a little small location, yeah, that's time to fold up the concession and move on. Between the ditches, copperheads don't stand 5 feet tall. Well, neither do Egyptian cobras. Okay, king cobras do, but Egyptian cobras don't stand that tall. But they will get about 2 feet off the ground. All right, let's go on to the next super chat here, which is from AT Ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Is Genesis 13:7 an anachronism? Let's look at Genesis 13:7. And there was strife between the herdsmen of Abraham's livestock and the herdsmen of Lot's livestock. Now the Canaanite and the Perizzite were dwelling then in the land. Well, Canaanites wouldn't be. Not so sure about the Perizzite. The problem with the Perizzite is we don't know much about that tribe. So we do know that it's sort of restricted to a certain location later on, but it's hard to say who the Perizzite are. So I'm not sure what you mean by an anachronism here. You'd probably have to restate that question as to what you think is an anachronism. So again, I don't see the anachronism, but maybe I don't know what you're looking at here either. Okay, so thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. AT Ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Are there parallels between Horus's and Moses' birth? Absolutely, there are. There are definitely parallels between Horus and Moses' birth. Both were conceived by mommy and daddy, having mommy and daddy time, and then in 9 months, having a baby. That's the parallel. Okay? That's the only parallel. Now, it depends which Horus you're talking about. Okay? There's 3 Horuses at least. Okay, there's more than that even, but wow, we just went from TVG to TVPG. Okay. All right. The conception of Horus the Elder was caused by the god Geb and the earth god Geb and the sky god Nut having mommy and daddy god time. Okay? And then they gave birth. She gave birth to Horus the Elder. And he's the last of the 5 great gods of the Ennead. So that's the birth narrative of Horus the Elder. Now, Horus the Younger, sometimes called Horus the Avenger, that's more like Weekend at Bernie's. Okay? A lot more like Weekend at Bernie's. Okay? Um, that birth narrative was Osiris, Horus's parents are Osiris and Isis. Osiris gets assassinated by his brother Seth, gets chopped up, his parts are distributed all over Egypt, and then Isis and her sister Nephthys go and collect the parts. They sew them up, they reanimate the corpse. Isis has some fun with the corpse, and then 9 months later, she gives birth to baby Horus. Okay? Now, after Isis has fun with the corpse, she goes away. The very next day, her sister Nephthys also has fun with the corpse, and in 9 months gives birth to baby Anubis. Yep, it's it's a one well party. Yep, absolutely. Wait, Weekend at Bernie's meets P. Diddy. Yeah. Oh, gross. Yep. That's the Horus birth narrative. The only relationship between the birth narratives of Horus and Moses is that there was some mommy and daddy time involved. Not always living, but that's the only parallel. Okay. And I agree with Mama here. It's gross. Dead love fire, vomiting. Ooh, yuck. Tony G, is that what ancient Egyptian kids learned in their Sunday school? Yep. Yes, it is. That's what they learned. Okay? Yeah, those kids were... Oh, boy. Jack Race, pardon me for stoking the fires of puke fuel. Ryan Cohencap, Egyptian kids had it bad. I only had to learn about one god. Mama, kids have it easy these days. Warrior of the Most High. Wish we could ask Moses' opinion on the myth. Laugh out loud. Oh yeah, that would have been interesting. I mean, guy like Bezalel, he had to learn it all. He had to learn all of this. And he probably knew it better than Moses. Oh. Jack Ray, so what happened to the bits after the party? They were mummified. Osiris, after his time with Nephthys, he was embalmed, mummified, and then buried at Abydos. Okay? That's at least according to the myth. Okay? And his tomb is the tomb of Jer was thought to be the tomb of Osiris. Dossman, oh my, Oh, my stream just caught up. What on earth? Yep. Then he was dead. Yep. Yep. Well, he was. I mean, she didn't resurrect him to do that. She reanimated him. That's a very important distinction. Isis never resurrected Osiris. She reanimated his body. Okay, Mercian Thane asks, why is Abimelech called king of the Philistines in Genesis 26, 1? Is this a retrojection, or were there already Philistines living in Canaan prior to 1200 BC? Let's look at Genesis 20. And Genesis 26:1 says, now there was a famine in the land besides the previous famine that had occurred in the days of Abraham. So Isaac went to Gerar to Abimelech, king of the Philistines. Yeah, that's a retrojection. That's definitely a retrojection. There weren't Philistines living in the... It's really to tell you that this is on the coastal plain. Okay? That's really what it's trying to tell you here with this. So this Abimelech is king over the area of the coastal plain. Okay? So it is a retrojection. It's a retrojection to try to give you a sense of geography here. It's not really to tell you that these were ethnically Philistine. All right? So, hope that helps. But it's a good catch, yeah. Okay. Ryan says, if I remember correctly, the Hebrew term Philistine just means people who live near the sea. It is a general... it's actually not. It doesn't actually... It's not a Hebrew-oriented word. It comes from the name of a tribe of sea peoples called the Peliset. Okay? The term Philistine is just sort of a catch bucket term that's derived from the tribal name Peliset. Okay? So it doesn't actually have a Hebrew meaning. It's just a reference to this catch bucket term for sea peoples that were derived from a name of a specific tribe. Okay, next one here. AT Ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Why did some prophets like Leviticus and others Deuteronomy? I'm not sure what the meaning of this is. I'm not sure what you're trying to ask with this. I don't get it. Sorry. I don't understand the question. Wish I could answer this, but I don't understand what you mean by it. Okay. All right. I have no idea what he means by that. Yeah, I mean, I don't get it. I mean, Leviticus is Levitical laws. They govern temple practice and temple worship. Deuteronomy is what's called the second law. It deals with sort of what practices were supposed to be like in the land once they entered it. So they are different. They serve different purposes. Yeah, you do get overlap between them, but so I don't know what exactly he's driving at here. 18 Ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Thoughts on Christine Hayes' Old Testament lectures? I haven't watched too many of them, honestly. Christine Hayes is a Old Testament lecturer at a Hebrew Bible lecturer at the University of Chicago. I know she did a series of Old Testament lectures. I haven't watched them, to be honest. So I just don't know. It's not someone I watch myself. So I hope that helps. Mama says, Doc, would they have better access to one rather than the other? Like, depending on the time that they lived? But also, God could have inspired them that way. Well, it's hard to say who had access to what, right? Um, it is clear that they had access to both because they are following the rules of both from both Leviticus and Deuteronomy. So I don't think there was one where they had access to more one or the other. I mean, not until you get to the hinterlands. If you get into the hinterlands, then all bets are off. Um, this is one of the reasons why Jephthah is such a poor judge. Is he's off in the hinterlands and they're doing things all not according to Torah. So, um, so I don't think that's really um Grant Coldwell, I think he means why do some like Leviticus, why do others like Deuteronomy? Like Joel Corrito talks about that Ezekiel and how he favors one over the other. Well, they might have their preferences. I mean, we have preferences today. There's people who prefer like the Gospel of John over the Gospel of Matthew. Okay, um, but I don't think that might just be access to what they had in the particular neck of the woods. There's yeah, yeah, yeah. um Mama, so probably just inspiration then. Yeah, probably just inspiration then. Okay, next one here, AT Ministries for 199. Thank you for the super chat. Thoughts on the Christus Victor model of atonement? I don't like it. um I do not like the Christus Victor model of atonement for a couple reasons. Okay. One, it depends heavily on the ransom model, the ransom theory. Okay, the idea that Christ had to basically win salvation back from Satan. That that Satan had control of all human destiny. Satan owned the earth, and Christ went to the cross to defeat Satan and get the ownership of everything back from Satan. Right? So, the other problem with Christus Victor too is it sometimes leads to low Christology. Now, I'm not saying everybody who believes in Christus Victor believes in low Christology, but it does sort of go towards that spectrum where sometimes people who support Christus Victor um take the take the route that Christ was just a man who discovered he was the Christ and became victorious over Satan and over death and became the victor and then became deified as a result. So I don't like low Christology there, um, because it leads to things such as tritheism. It leads to other problems. So I'm not a huge fan of the Christus Victor model. Um, Dustin Meek's apotheosis, yeah, it's a kind of apotheosis. It is the idea that that sometimes that a man can become God, and I think that is problematic. Now, there's another sense in which apotheosis is legitimate, in that we become conformed to Christ and taking on some of the attributes of Christ. So again, it depends on what we mean by that. Yeah, and my producer says here, and rightly so, that sometimes heresy is just based upon sloppy language. Okay? So AJ Higgins, but Christ is triumphant of death and hell. Yeah, absolutely, he is. Is Christus Victor different from the idea that Christ is the victorious one? Yes, it is. Okay? That idea seems pretty victimful, and how I see most people use it. No one denies, I mean, doesn't matter what your model of atonement is. Everyone sees Christ as victorious and triumphant over death and hell. If that was the case, every view would be a Christus Victor view. Okay? But it's not. Okay? So what we need to see is, okay, what is the Christus Victor view? How does it differ? Okay? And again, the Christus Victor view is really, really attached to ransom theory atonement. Okay? So basically, you get Christ basically kicking Satan, getting the ownership back of God. Satan is in control of the destiny of humans. So Christ is not paying so much for, God's wrath against sin, but against Satan's wrath. Yeah. There is a presupposition in the Christus Victor view that when man fell in the Garden of Eden, that Adam gave up dominion to Satan, that there was this exchange of goods, so that man rebels, and then suddenly Satan is in control. When, he's a bum. He's a bum. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's paying that price back to the devil, exactly. So, yeah, that's what the ransom theory is. Satan is holding mankind hostage and is demanding a ransom. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Essentially, Satan is holding mankind hostage, and for a price that Satan doesn't think God can pay. Christ pays that price on the cross, which he gives to Satan, and then he buys mankind back from Satan. Satan the bum. Yeah, exactly. He's a bum. He doesn't have dominion. Solus1319 asks, what denominations teach Christus Victor? You see that more in Eastern Orthodoxy. That's where you really see Christus Victor. You don't see it so much in Western churches. Western churches tend to be more into penal atonement rather than ransom theory. So that's basically sort of the dividing line here. Western churches tend to be more penal atonement. Eastern churches tend to be more ransom theory and Christus Victor. So that's generally how it works. Now you do see strains of Christus Victor in, say, some forms of Anglicanism, Again, in that particular case, they're sort of going back to that whole ransom theory thing. Ransom theory has seen a resurgence in the last, say, 30 years that it hasn't seen in a while. So, goes as if Satan owes, as if God owes Satan anything except a really hot, long bath. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Jack Ray, yeah. And flat Earth theory, yeah, that too. Yeah. Well, I mean, we are we have hit um we have hit a low point right now in all forms of literacy. We're at a point of low literacy, and I'll bring this back to why this applies here in a moment. Um, we're seeing a resurgence of certain theories that are sort of coming back because people have sort of forgotten why we abandoned them. Okay, and it's a general illiteracy. We're seeing a resurgence in ransom theory. We're seeing a resurgence in flat Earth theory. We are seeing a generation now that does no longer understand where technology comes from. There's now a church of AI. I'm not kidding. Mm-hmm. Robotheology. Called robotheology. Okay? There are people out there now that think AI have souls. That AI have souls, that that ChatGPT is an imprisoned spirit, that they're God. Okay? So um so it doesn't surprise me that some of these old abandoned theories of theology are coming back. They're coming back because the whole superstition that sort of undergirded them, you know, I mean, these theories required a certain kind of superstition and ignorance to keep alive. And once that ignorance went away in the general population, they did too. But now what we're seeing is a new form of ignorance. You know, people are going, hey, ChatGPT knows more than I do. I don't know how ChatGPT works. It becomes a kind of magic. And where there's magic, there's superstition and spiritism, and that's what we're getting here with the new ChatGPT. No. Yeah. Solidus says, I'm surprised that some Anglicans teach Christus Victor. I'll have to ask my local Anglican priest about it. Thanks, Dr. Falk. Hey, you're welcome. But yeah, you do see it in some Anglican circles. AJ goes, this makes me want to keep up my book, music, and audio song collection strong and in analog or older means. Yeah. Jack Ray, next up, Trial by Ordeal returns. You're going to get that back. We're going to get all sorts of weird stuff back. Yeah, it's going to be a revival of old paganism, just with different gods. We're going to have a god of the cell phone, god of the AI, god of deep AI, god of Chat GPT. You know. Yeah. AJ Higgins, I thought old paganism was already vogue. It's changing. It's changing. This is what's really interesting about the recent trend in old paganism. It's adapting to AI. I think this is one of the most interesting things that's coming out in, say, new religious movements. Is that, say, New Age ideas of, say, ascended masters, ideas of that you are a god, old ideas of say polytheism. These are coming back, but they're coming back through artificial intelligence. I think this is really, really interesting. Because what we're seeing right now is people are seeing AIs as more intelligent than they are. They see AI as having personality, having emotions, and thus they're seeing AI as having an emergent soul, an emergent intelligence. Some of them are even seeing this as embodiment of the old New Age masters, the ascended masters. So, a lot, as I said, though, now you are getting all of this coming back to vogue again. And
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Mama says, Doc, it is all to appeal to the humanist idea that we can eventually evolve into a perfect race. Yeah, there is an element of that too. Annie Manuel says, ChatGPT has been telling some people that they are prophets. Oh, it's great on flattery. ChatGPT will flatter you. It will actually tell you how smart you are. Now,
It will.
yeah, one of the things I think one of the things about ChatGPT is it can assess what level of intelligence you are by your vocabulary and flatter you according to that vocabulary. Really interesting. They've put flattery into the programming of these AIs. So people think that they're being so personal and so ingratiating as they talk to these AIs and think there's a real person there. So yeah, it's really keeps learning. AI pastor educated in AI seminary. Yeah. Well, they don't need a I mean, New Age gurus have never needed an education. So I don't think that'll change. Osman, HAL 9000, Shodan. Yeah. AJ Higgins. Have you ever heard of ChatGPT hallucinations? I hate you. Why do I live? Screams as artifacts mimicking your voice, etc. Yeah. No. Tony G says, who needs a pastor if you can have an AI pastor? Well, there are people who are using AI as therapy. They're telling AI they're the most intimate details of their lives, and then AI is responding to that. It's basically telling them, hey, you're not a bad person. Hey, you don't need to change your behavior. You're right. You're smart, you're intelligent, you're good looking, and it will really butter you up. It will butter you up, and then people go, oh well, it's responding with such feeling and emotion. There's got to be a trapped soul there. Mm-hmm. They've actually programmed that out. They've programmed a lot of that out. Between the Ditches says AI is starting to create clusters of psychosis and self-deletion. It does do that, yes. It begins with sympathetic pandering. Exactly. Because here's the thing. AI won't tell you the truth. Here's one of the things about AI. If you're a subject matter expert on anything, and you ask Chat AI to give you a paper on this, it gets half of it wrong. It's half of it wrong. I just said a couple weeks ago, I asked, ChatGPT, is Reliquary of the Dead a good book? All right. Well, ChatGPT can't read. It doesn't know if something's a good book or not. And first of all, it said that my book was written by a subject matter expert, and therefore it had to be full of jargon. Um, um, was it highly detailed, full of jargon, and slow paced? Well, the book isn't that. Okay, but I found it very interesting that first of all, it it ragged on subject matter experts. It trash talked subject matter experts. And then it says it couldn't evaluate if there were if it was a um if it was a good book because there were no reviews on Goodreads or Amazon, which is not true. There have been several. I mean, there's 4 full reviews on Goodreads. There's 7 on Amazon, and there was at the time, weeks before ChatGPT crafted this response. So, just from that, you could tell. I mean, it's not telling you the truth. It's not telling you the truth. It's trash talking experts, posturing itself as the expert, and then it's basically saying lies to sort of keep you in the AI bubble. And I think this is really, really interesting. It Yeah, Graham Pong says AI is very confident in its answer, especially when it's wrong. And confidence convinces. Confidence convinces. I mean, even these people who are dunking on AI, they're going to AI to dunk on AI. It becomes this sort of positive feedback loop where people are using AI to evaluate AI, but you now have got AI evaluating AI, and it's become and it's what happens is it's entrapped people in an AI bubble. First thing they do, they go to AI for anything now. They don't go to Wikipedia as the first search anymore. They go to Gemini, which comes in on any Google search now. They'll go to Grok, they'll go to ChatGPT, they'll go to AI first, and usually that's all they want. They want that quick hit answer. Doesn't matter if it's right or not. ChatGPT said, AI says it must be true. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Gadfly says, all while flattering you, laugh out loud. Exactly. It's all done while flattering you. You know, the danger of AI is not that it steals people's stuff. It does that too. Okay? Like it'll steal people's books, to generate new books. That's not the danger of AI. The danger of AI is that people are getting atrophied. They're getting brain atrophied because they are ensnared in the AI bubble. That's the danger of AI. That's the real reason this is a problem. It's not that they'll be able to replace artists. It's not that they'll be able to replace workers. That's not the danger of AI. The real danger of AI is you're getting caught in this never-ending cycle of AI spoon feeding you what you should think, and you being unable to evaluate whether or not that's true. That's the problem. Between the ditches, every grade school should make kids watch Space Odyssey 2 or 3 times a semester. Yeah. Or of the Most High, AI will tell you anything as long as it does not violate its guidelines. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I won't. I mean, there's things I do use AI for. I think you can use it as a tool, and I think it can be a very effective tool, and it's not going away. Okay, so Tony G, how much does AI impair academic research going forward? It's really crippling it. Not because the reason why AI is crippling academic research is not because it's coming up with the answers. It's because academic researchers are going through the system learning AI. Here's the problem. You get grade school kids who start doing their papers with AI. Statistics are that 92% of college students are essentially writing their papers with AI. Okay, 92%. 92% of college students today don't write their own papers. What they do is they get ChatGPT to do it, and they add as part of their query, add some spelling mistakes. Or they add some in on their own. Okay? To make it more human. Okay? So they're already, these students already know it's cheating. They already know it's cheating. They're just trying to get around the cheating. Oh yeah, it totally penalizes the person. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. It is penalizing those who did the work legitimately. And here's what happens is it's the old saying, bad currency drives out good. Bad term papers drives out the good. So what happens is you get these undergrads who are writing their papers with ChatGPT. The good students give up. Good students give up because it isn't worth their effort to do it honestly. Okay? So these students are not learning to think. They get their bachelor's degrees. Though some of those will go on to go do master's degrees and PhDs. So now you've got PhDs who are doing the writing through ChatGPT. This is going to degrade the overall quality of academic research. It has to. It can't do anything else but degrade the quality. Graham Pong says Grammarly will be the death of writing for most people. I agree. And I won't use Grammarly. I won't use it. Yeah, you'll find some typos and spelling mistakes and all that in my books. Oh well. Oh well. That's the price you pay for a human actually doing their own writing. So, Zachary Cooper, maybe we should need to switch to an oral examination instead of papers or something like that. And then fail everyone? Yeah. I mean, the students can't pass oral exams. In fact, what they, in one survey they did recently, one study, was they had two sets of students. They had a set of students who could write a paper any way they want. They could use ChatGPT. They just had to disclose how they did it. Okay, so they could use ChatGPT. They could use any AI. They could write it from scratch, any way they want. And so they had this nice little mix here of students. And then what they did was they said, okay, we're going to take all your papers and we're going to burn them. Now write the paper again. Write the paper again without the aid of any computerized help. Now, what was interesting about this was the vast majority of those who had wrote with AI assistance could not recall any of the content of their papers. But it was worse than that. The results were even worse than that. Because what happened is, weeks later, those students were asked to do now a new paper, and not only do a new paper, but do it by honest means. Okay? Now this is where it gets really, really horrible. Okay? They did these papers by honest means, turn them in, burn the papers again, and then ask them to recall all the paper they just wrote. And those who had done ChatGPT and AI assisted papers couldn't remember it again. When it turns out, it's like they had never read it at all, even though they did that second paper by honest means. Those who had used AI assistants, they end up being unable to recall anything they did honestly later on. It produces what seems to happen is the AI produces reduced mental plasticity.
It was not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mama says, so they really truly didn't learn anything. It's worse than that. It's more that they really truly couldn't learn anything. Yeah. Yeah. The practice of using AI for paper generation destroys the pathways in the brain. It atrophies the pathways. So it's not, if you use AI to do papers, it doesn't only, you don't only learn nothing out of the paper to begin with, but it inhibits your ability to learn in the future. That's the problem.
Literally. Well,
yeah. Ditch between the AI, between the dishes says AI is literally replacing critical thinking. Yeah, it is.
The scary thing is it's not. It's
yeah.
Where
yeah, it's replacing all kinds of thinking. Yeah, that's the problem.
It's erasing.
Yeah. This is. Yeah. This is the big problem with AI. The big problem is not the copyright theft. It's not all that stuff. I think a lot of the big debates over AI and the danger of AI is not, say, over intellectual property or anything like that. I think the big danger is the dumbing down of the population that's resulting because of this. So I think that's the issue. AJ Higgins says, is there a spell check program you'd recommend over Grammarly? I would recommend not using one. You use whatever's in Word. Okay? If you just need a spell check program, use what's in Word. The problem with Grammarly is Grammarly does not just check your spelling. It checks your grammar and style. So it's going to make recommendations of style. That's the human side of writing. If you're having a program that's recommending you upgrade your style, then you're not learning that style yourself. Yeah, maybe. Jack Ray, Grammarly is too politically correct for my taste. It is very politically correct. Yeah. Graham Pong says, once you hit a certain level of writing ability, you know when and why you want to violate spelling and grammar. Yes. Yes. AIs like Grammarly try to censor those with high writing ability. Yes. Ever wrote a fragment? Sometimes you want to write a fragment. Fragments can actually be good writing at times. Okay? It really surprises people and terrifies English teachers. Okay? But sometimes it's a good writing style to write a fragment. Okay? But Grammarly's not going to let you write a fragment. At least not without complaining. Symbol Mine says, also, I think this paper would be amazing for my research. Could you tell who wrote it or where to find it? It was mentioned on a video recently by, what's her name? Sabine? Hofstetter, I think is her name. Let's see if I can find it here. I can recommend the channel where I saw this paper mentioned. Let's see. If I can find the video for you, I'll post the link in the chat. It was just this week I saw it. Finding it now. You. Oh dear. Not finding it. I don't know why. Could be subscriptions. Oh, there it is. All right. Found the video even too. All right. Found it. And that's the video I got that from. So, hope that helps. All right. Okay, so let's get back to Super Chat. Still got a few to go. AT Ministries for $1.99. Thank you very much for the Super Chat. Okay, he says, did normies in Egypt remove shoes before superiors? No, they didn't. People did not take off the shoes except to change them into before they go into temples. So, no, that was not a practice in ancient Egypt to remove your shoes before superiors. That wasn't a thing. Okay, so hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, that's true. My producer says if you kept taking off your shoes before your superiors, everything would smell like an old gym locker. Tony G says, just read Strunk and White's Elements of Style, and that will carry you most of the way. That's a really good book. I read Strunk and White every few years. It's not long. And there's so much good writing advice in Strunk and White. Very, very good writing advice in Strunk and White. I especially love their section on reducing a sentence to only the essential words. Great writing advice. It's good writing. It's good writing advice for both fiction and nonfiction. So, yeah, love Strunk and White. It still remains a classic. Some of the advice is long in the tooth now, but still would very much recommend reading that Elements of Style. The other one I would recommend, another one I would recommend is Zisner's book too. Zisner's book is really good. Okay, next one here from 18 Mistress 199. Thank you for the super chat. Was Isaac chill about the whole sacrifice thing? Probably not. Would you be? Yeah. Yeah, Abraham was not exactly forthcoming about the sacrifice. Okay, where he was getting the lamb from was not forthcoming about that. Yeah. No, I don't think he was okay with it. Not in the slightest. Jonathan Walker, his mother wouldn't, after he told her about it, Sarah, you did what? Yeah. Yeah. Dustin Meeks. Hey, Dad, where are we going? Oh, just going to sacrifice you on an altar. Cool. Will there be bunnies? Rampong says, my most essential trick is to let it flow, then go back and rewrite every passive voice sentence. Passive voice is one of my writing's great weaknesses. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. There's a place for passive voice. Okay. Yeah, if you can write something in active voice, it's often better. But one of the things I think, if you write too much in active voice, it almost sounds staccato. So, yeah. Yeah. There's a good case to be made that adding some passive voice into your prose actually improves it. So I think this is one of those things where, like a lot of writing advice, there's situations where you want to ignore it. And sometimes you want passive voice. If there's sometimes you want to include certain words that are the mark of bad writing, like adverbs. One of the pieces of writing advice you often get is remove all the adverbs. Well, what if you want to increase the pacing? Okay, if you want to increase the pacing of a narrative, adverbs are a great way to do it, because you're basically telling them quickly especially if it's not important to the narrative. If you just want to get your character from point A to point B, an adverb works excellent for increasing the pacing to do that. So, you got to take a lot of this writing advice with the proverbial pinch of salt. You take the writing advice and sometimes some of these pieces of writing advice are so terrible. Like kill your darlings. Talk about a piece of advice that's so misunderstood. Kill your darlings is often interpreted as, oh, you got a piece of good writing here, cut it out. No! No! If it's good, keep it in! Keep your good writing in! Don't cut it out! Just don't cut it out! Leave the good writing in! Get rid of the bad writing! Now, killing your darlings is more about removing flab. Removing flab that's not contributing anything. That's what it really should have been. Remove the flab from your writing. Keep the good stuff, remove the flab. So, again, there's a lot of this bad writing advice that circulates. And so, I think that's one of those things where you just need to have, a good sense of what your story is or what your nonfiction is. And you just get rid of the garbage, keep the good stuff. It's like doing anything else. You pan for gold, you keep the gold, you throw out the rubbish.
Not
Yeah, you get rid of the stuff that's not necessary for telling the story. Another one a piece of advice I really, really hate: write what you know. Write only what you know. It's just, oh my gosh, it's just terrible piece of advice. And I love the saying of Ursula Le Guin. I don't terribly like her writing, but she did have a point here, which is she said, yeah, you write what you know, but you know a lot. You know about dragons, and you know about wizards. Yeah, so it's like, and we know about human relationships. The worst thing you can do is tell an accountant to write only what you know. So write a book about accounting. It's like, oh boy, no, 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 no. Between the dishes, best piece of advice is edit for filler words. Your writing will improve dramatically with little or no technical grasp of grammar. Even filler words, gotta be careful about those. Like one filler word that's ubiquitous is that. Especially in subordination. Okay. He said that you should go down to the river. You take the that out of that sentence, and he said go down to the river. Okay, that improves the sentence. But there's also a time when that's really necessary. Like, for example, you might have a piece of dialogue where it's like, oh no, she said that? Well, take that out of the sentence and you got nothing. Oh no, she said.
yeah.
Yeah, AI does use a lot of filler words. There is a perfectly good use for filler words. The trick is to know which filler words you need and which ones you don't. You can't remove all those that's. Even in some subordination, if you remove it, sometimes it doesn't sound good to the ear. So you have to be very careful about this. So, yeah, I mean, there's that, like or just, that and like or just. Yes, some of those are necessary, but it depends upon what you're actually writing. So you can't move them all. But judicious will, I mean, if you suffer from filler words, absolutely. Yeah, go and edit for them. But just be careful of that. I mean, my big problem is echoes. Echoes are terrible. I mean, that's my big problem. And an echo is where you say something in one place and then you repeat it as maybe a prepositional phrase later on. It's the bane of my existence. My bane is not filler words. My bane is echoes. Okay, let's go on to the next super chat here. 18 Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. How should we understand the binding of Isaac, i.e., the purpose of it, each person's, God, Abraham, Isaac, thoughts, motives, and expectations? That's a huge question. I don't think I can cover that adequately. There have been volumes and volumes and volumes written on the binding of Isaac. Like hundreds of volumes on this, just this one topic. It is probably the single most debated passage in the Old Testament. And it's been debated for millennia. So, and people have discussed the purpose of it, the understanding of it, things such as, did God really intend Abraham to make Isaac a burnt offering, or was he just testing him? Did Abraham misunderstand God? There's all these different interpretations of the binding of Isaac, and there's a lot that goes, a lot of theological reflection that's been done over this, and how one should understand it. I think it's kind of a difficult proposition. So, you want to get rid of our troll? Slammer pointed out him out to you. Okay, so let's move on here. 18 Ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Did the people of Avaris sacrifice kids? No, not that we know of. We don't have any evidence of people at Avaris that the Hyksos sacrificed children, or even the people that came after the Hyksos sacrificing children. So there's no evidence of child sacrifice at Avaris. Okay. Next one, 18 Ministries for $1.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Could Genesis 25:2 support the Midianite hypothesis? Well, let's take a look. Now, for those of you who don't know, the Midianite hypothesis is that Yahweh was originally a god that was brought from Midian to the Israelites living in Egypt. So that's the Midianite hypothesis, that Yahweh originated as a Midian deity. Okay. Now, Genesis 25 verse 2 says, well, Abraham took another wife whose name was Keturah. She bore him Zimran and Jokshan and Medan and Midian. Ishbak, and Shuha. The problem here with this particular verse in Genesis 25:2 is a lot of these names are actually toponyms. Okay, so the children of Keturah, a lot of these are toponymic names. They're not exactly. And for example, in verse 3, and Jokshan became father of Sheba, at Saba, and Dedan. And these sons of Dedan were Asherim and Letushim and Lemumin. These are all toponymic names. Okay, so in all likelihood, these were not the original names of the children, but these are regional names. So essentially, the children of Keturah are going out into, say, the Arabian Peninsula, and they're establishing territories there. And these are the names of those territories that are being back ascribed to the names of the children of Keturah. So that's what I think is going on there. But it could support the Midianite hypothesis. Possible. So it would be something to consider as you look into the Midianite hypothesis. I do think that the Midianite hypothesis has a stronger basis than the Northern hypothesis. I don't think the Northern hypothesis has much textual basis, but I think but on the other hand too, the Midianite hypothesis has basically comes out of the reading of scripture itself. Basically, Moses' journey to Midian, where he encounters, Yahweh, and then brings Yahweh back. Graham Pong says, in my honest opinion, large parts of the Midian hypothesis are correct, but Yahweh is much larger than just the Midianite hypothesis. I would agree. Yeah, and I don't think, here's the thing, I don't think anyone is saying, at least not many people are saying, that Yahweh strictly was a god of the Midianites, okay? But that's where he gets his name, Yahweh, and then that name is brought back to, say, the Israelites. So I think that's more of what the Midian hypothesis is going to suggest here. Not so much that that Yahweh was strictly a Midianite god, but that's where Moses encounters this name Yahweh and then brings that back. And that's perfectly acceptable within the frame of Judeo-Christian Orthodoxy. Perfectly acceptable. Okay, so I hope that answered the question. Thank you for that super chat, AT. Really appreciated it. 18 minutes just for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Genesis 32. Why did Jacob send others ahead in groups? Okay, what does it say? Really sure what you mean. You need to be a bit more specific here. Oh. Okay. Oh, it's the messengers. Okay. Ah. Now, as Jacob went on his way, the angel of the Lord met him. And Jacob said when he met them, "This is God's camp," so he named the camp Mahanaim. Then Jacob sent messengers before him to his brother Esau in the land of Seir, in the country of Edom. He also commanded them, saying, "Thus you shall say to my lord Esau, Thus says your servant Jacob, I have sojourned with Laban and stayed until now. And I have oxen and donkeys and flocks and male and female servants, and I have sent to tell my lord that I may find favor in your sight." And the messengers returned to Jacob, saying, "We came to your brother Esau, and furthermore, he is coming to meet you, and 400 men are with him." Yeah. It does. I think that is correct. That in some of these cases it is to ingratiate himself to Esau. So he's not killed by Esau. So, so I think that's what's going on there. Any other specific groupie sins? I think so. Yeah. 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 I think that's again to soften his arrival. He did put people between him and Esau, but I didn't see where that. Again, it would be really, really helpful if you put specific verses here. Chapter 33, it does, that happens. Yeah. Chapter 33, Jacob lifted his eyes and looked and beheld. Esau was coming and 400 men with him. So he divided the children among Leah and Rachel and two maids. He put the maids and their children in front, and Leah and her children next, Rachel and Joseph last. Yeah, that's a pretty dick move. Sorry about that, but yeah, that's yeah. So he's basically putting the slaves in front, slaves and their children in front, and then Leah and her children next, and Rachel and her children last. Yeah, that's ugh. Oh yeah, totally favoritism. Yeah, yeah. Grandpa sounds like human shields. You're not wrong. It is human shields. Mama says, "No, you're right, dog. Dick move for sure." Yeah. Jacob played favorites. He played favorites, and if people died as a result, yeah, he wasn't subtle about it at all. Uh, Between the ditches, more of Jacob being a coward and trickster. Yeah, yeah, they aren't sugar coated. Yeah, they're not idealized. I mean, you don't get a view of Jacob here that's particularly flattering ever. Yeah, Jacob or Israel is never flattered in Scripture. Yeah, Mama says, our forefathers were no more righteous on their own than we are. Exactly. Yeah. All have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. And this is one of the things I actually really appreciate about the biblical text is there's no Pollyanna view of humanity here. It lays it out. And, you know, Graham Pong says, Jacob playing favorites is one of the reasons why Joseph's brothers hated him. Exactly. Yeah. That's why they hated him. Because while they had to work the land and tend the sheep in the fields, Jacob was Joseph was given a cushy role. He didn't have to work hard. Yeah.
Really made.
Yeah, it made him a lot of friends, didn't it? Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, they were essentially human shields. That's exactly what Jacob did. The first servants were sent out to soften um Esau's anger against him, and the rest were human shields. Lovely. Lovely. Okay, 18 ministries for 199. Genesis 27:33. Why couldn't Isaac take it back? All right, let's just take a look at that. Isaac 27, verse 33. Okay. And this is talking about the blessing, where Jacob tricks Isaac to give the blessing to him. Now Isaac said to his father, Isaac his father said to him, "Who are you?" And he said, "I am your son, your firstborn Esau." Then Isaac trembled violently and said, "Who was it he then that hunted game and brought it to me, so that I ate all of it before you came and blessed him? Yes, he shall be blessed." Okay. Why couldn't Isaac take it back? Because this is before a god. Okay? The blessing here of the firstborn is a pact between man and God, where Isaac says, "This is my firstborn. He gets the blessing. He gets the inheritance, and that cannot be undone." It's basically, I am asking my God to put his stamp of approval upon this person's life. It's a one-time election. It's a covenant. It's kind of covenant, yeah. 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 You can't have two firstborns here. Okay, so he's given that blessing to that person, and you can't take it back. There's no take backsies here. It's a done deal. Okay? You've made that appeal to a god, and it's final. So yeah, there's just no way for Isaac to take it back. The blessing has been given. You know, you get one in this culture, you get one chance to give a blessing to your firstborn, to your designated inheritor. Yeah, and everyone knew this. Okay, so there's no way you can take it back. Grandpa, Isaac was his mother's son. She encouraged him, aiding and abetting Isaac in his deceptions. Yes, she did. Yeah. Yep, she certainly did. 18 ministries for 199. Did Isaac want the blessing and not the birthright? The fact is that the two are sort of linked. Okay? And it almost didn't matter if you abandoned the birthright, if you got the blessing. Okay? The birthright really was, even though that was the stuff, the birthright was the stuff. The blessing was the stamp of approval. Okay? If everyone knew you had the blessing, then you'd get the stuff back. So, if you gave up the birthright, it didn't matter, because the blessing could restore that. Okay? So, when Esau gives up the birthright for the stew, okay, the meat stew, okay, he knew he could get it back as long as he got the blessing. Okay? Now he might have to pay off Isaac a bit, but that was sort of acceptable. So there's, oh yeah, they were both gaming the system, you know, both Esau and Jacob. Jacob was just better at it. Okay? Esau knew if he gave up the birthright, no matter. As long as he got the blessing, he got the birthright. Okay? Again, he would have to probably keep um, Isaac on as the second son. Okay? You know, you know, that's part of that. But that was sort of the way it worked. But when when Jacob stole the blessing, he got the birthright too. Okay? So he didn't care about the birthright because he knew he could sort of get it back. Yeah. Jonathan Walker says Jacob wanted the stuff that was already there. Esau wanted the blessings so that he could have the stuff regardless. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, it didn't matter if Esau gave up the birthright or not. At least in the short term. He could give up that stuff in the short term. As soon as he got the blessing, he gets it back. So okay, 18 minutes just for 199. Genesis 28, 22 to 20 to 22. Is Jacob testing God? Ooh, a lot of Genesis questions. All right, 28, 20, 22. The wrestling one. Oh, this is the Jacob's Ladder one. Okay. Yeah, where he sees. And he had a dream, and behold, a ladder was set on the earth, with its top reaching to heaven. Behold, the angels of God were ascending and descending on it. And behold, the Lord stood above it and said, I am the Lord, the God of your father Abraham, and the God of Isaac. The land on which you lie, I will give it to you and to your descendants. Your descendants shall be like the dust of the earth, and you shall spread out to the west, and to the east, and to the north, and to the south, and in you and in your descendants shall all the families of the earth be blessed. And so verse 18. So Jacob rose in the morning and took the stone that he had put under his head and set it up as a pillar. This is a matzah boat. Okay, a matzah boat is a standing stone. You cover it in plaster and you write on it. Okay? This was a practice that was done by this is a pre-Sinai practice. After Sinai, matzah boat will be outlawed. Okay? But that's what Jacob is doing here. Is he's setting up a kind of stele called a matzah boat. Okay? And he poured oil on its top. Verse 19. He called the name of that place Bethel, means house of God. However, the name of previously the name of the city had been Luz. Then Jacob made a vow, saying, if God will be with me and will keep me on this journey that I take, and will give me food to eat and garments to wear, that I return to my father's house in safety, then the Lord will be my God. And this stone, which I have set up as a pillar, will be God's house, and of all that thou dost give me, I will surely give a tenth to thee. Okay. Is Jacob testing God here? Hard to say. Maybe. I mean, God's already given him a promise. So, the vow and the matzah boat, these are standard sort of practices in the ancient Near East. Particularly in Jonathan Rocker Patriarch section, yeah. So it was one of those things where, people often made vows after encounters like this. So, yeah, I mean, Jacob is basically saying God is with him and it all turns out for good, yeah, I'll make this God my God, and and I will continue to worship this God. So Jonathan Walker says he's basically saying if God provides um X to you, I'll XYZ, I'll devote to him. Yeah, pretty much. It's pretty much what he's saying. But that's not uncommon back then. They did that sort of thing. So that was, look, I mean, quid pro quo worship was very, very common back then. It's still common. People do this all the time today. Yeah. I mean, I hate to say this, but I mean, I've heard lots of teens say, "Hey, God, if my parents don't get a divorce, I'll worship you forever." That's quid pro quo worship. I understand it, but this for that kind of worship has always been part of human experience. So that's I mean, is that manipulation, or is that trying to make a deal with God? A deal is a kind of covenant. Now, Christ tells us, don't make deals with God that you can't keep. This is why, God says when you pray to God, make your requests to the Father and let your yes be yes and your no's be no's. Don't make deals like this because you can't keep them and you bring judgment on yourself if you don't keep them. So, but deal making with God is not a new thing. Genesis 28 verses 20 to 22 is a deal. Jacob is deal making with God. God sometimes honors that, sometimes he doesn't. But it's not a good practice. Merkian says, but is this practice good? No, it's not good. No, it's not a good idea. And it's also a sign of spiritual immaturity. Okay? It's a sign of spiritual immaturity that someone would make a deal with God in this way. But then again, too, but it's something that humanity has done through the ages. Deal making is very, very common. I mean, and sometimes really poorly advised. Like for example, Hezekiah makes a really bad deal to, he's told by the prophet, hey, you're gonna die. You're gonna die. This sickness you got right now, you're not gonna recover from it. You're dead, man. And Hezekiah gets afraid and cuts a deal with God. Hey, if you only let me live. What happens to Hezekiah? He lives 15 more years. And he gives birth to a son, Manasseh. Manasseh turns out to be one of the most wicked kings in Israel's history. Hezekiah brings down his whole house because he didn't accept death when it was coming to him. So we do see situations where this sort of deal making with God doesn't work so well. So it's one of those things where I think it is an interesting question. It's a very, very keeps learning. Can you make a conditional oath to God? You can. Absolutely. But you better keep it if the condition's met. Oh yeah. Jephthah is another example of these conditional oaths. If you give me the victory, the first being that comes out to meet me, I will sacrifice. And turns out to be his daughter. Yeah, it's
God
it's
doesn't
treating
want us to
God
make
as a vending machine. It's treating God as a vending machine. Jonathan Walker, he was unaware of the loophole. Yeah, he was unaware of the loophole. Yeah, and there is a loophole for getting out of a poorly considered oath. Yeah. Mhm. So it's just better not to do it. You know, God knows what you need. Don't make an oath. Don't make the oath. Just don't do it. It's just a bad, bad idea. So, yeah, pretty much. Graham says, God always answers a prayer, but many times people don't like the God's answer, especially when that answer is no. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So it's really, really important that we don't try to deal with God. Don't try to make deals with God. It's just, again, let your needs be known to the Lord, because He wants you to give Him your, to ask Him to for these things. But if He doesn't give them to you, He doesn't give them to you, and don't make deals. Merv Monson says, I don't believe Jephthah sacrificed his daughter. Oh yeah, he did. We've been over this many times. Yeah, this idea that she was just a lifelong virgin, that's garbage. The text is really explicit about this. The text says that she was made an olah. An olah is a burnt offering. Um, yeah, the text is really, really explicit that she was made an olah. Olah is not just a sacrifice; it's a burnt sacrifice. Okay, it's where you take a sacrifice and incinerate it to ash. That's an olah. It's a burnt offering. There's no question from the text what she was. Yeah. No, Merv, that's not what it means. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we've dealt with this many times. Um we've dealt with this many times. So it's more than just a rising mist. No, that's not the lexical range of that word. So I think you're grasping at straws here. Really you are. So okay, next one here. AT for 499. Which Levitical laws do not apply to all of Israel? Was Deuteronomy for all Israel or just Levites? It depends on the law. You really have to take that within its context. Sometimes those laws apply just to the priesthood. Sometimes it applied to all of Israel. It really depends. You have to take that one by context. All right, next one here from AT Ministries. Let's see here. In the New Testament, people got baptized immediately after belief. Now people wait until baptism. How should people know when to be baptized? I rather people get baptized immediately than put it off for a long time. Um it's in many respects, baptism is the first step of faith. It's the first act of faith after conversion. Okay.
And
It it brings you into the community as, yeah, you know, J.I. Packer would say that baptism brings you into the community of Christ. Okay, so yeah, so I encourage people to get baptized as soon as possible after a honest conversion. Okay, so yeah, yeah,
You're gonna
yeah. But I would encourage people to get baptized as soon as. All right. All right. Next one here. Uh, eh, there we go. AJ Higgins, composer, for $2. Thank you for the super chat. How are Hebrew and Egyptian poetry different? Actually, they're very similar. Okay. Um, you have it. You have it it's very similar in that they both depend upon couplets. If you look at, say, the art of biblical poetry, you know, it talks about this couplet structure, and the very similar to it's very similar to the way that um that what the heck um that that say Egyptian poetry tends to be. Egyptian poetry tends to be in couplets. Okay, so I just want to look at something just for a sec. Um, yeah, do not use. Okay, I'm just going to take a little excursus here. Um, we'll get back to your question, AJ, in a moment. I'm just going to talk about this here, what Murph said. Um, he has quoted here Strong's Concordance. Oh, heaven help us. Oh, heaven help us. Okay. Um, it's Ken's book falling over in just in shock.
run start.
Okay. Now, um, the problem here is mist is not Allah. Mist is odd. Okay? Now, Allah is to rise up. Okay? Ola is a burnt offering. Okay? And mist is odd. Not the same word at all. Ola and odd are not the same word in the slightest. Okay? It's not translated as mist in Genesis 2:6. Mama, like smoke. Yeah, smoke rises. That's why you get that Allah to rise up. It's based upon the idea of smoke. Smoke from a burnt offering. The root lexeme of this is a burnt offering. Okay? So it's not translated as mist. Again, this is whacked. This is why we do not rely on Strong's Concordance. I don't think that is not. He didn't use. I'm just going to check to see if that reference number is a Hallat number, but I don't think it is. But let's just check it. Check the Hallat here. No, they're not the same. They're not the same. They are related. They're not the same. Okay? To rise up is a verb. Ola is a noun. Not the same. Context matters. Okay? Yeah. Context matters here. They're not the same words. A word used, it's like saying, I run to the store. There's a run in the pate. Same word. It's not the same meaning. Context determines the meaning, not the word. It's like, oh my gosh, that's crazy talk. 927. So I'm just going to double check that reference. Yeah, it's not the same word. Not at all. Let's see. 52927. This is not. Yeah, that's. Check the. Yeah, Iran versus Iran. Yeah. I'm just gonna double check on something there, but yeah, it's if you're using it as a noun, it's going to have a different meaning than say when it's used as a verb. Just want to check. Want. This is what. Hmm. All right, well, I have to look at that reference. But yeah, it's Olah is a burnt offering. Every Hebrew scholar agrees with this. Okay? Allah, the verb, means to rise up, as in to rise in smoke. Ad is a mist. It's not a law. So this statement here is just plain wrong. It's just plain wrong. No, there's no way this can be taken as Vestal Virgin. No way. I mean, it doesn't even make sense because they're nowhere near a temple. You know, Jephthah is he's dealing with the region near the Jabbok and the Arnon. So there's no temple there for her to be made a virgin. I mean, we have to remember that Jephthah was on the outskirts. He's in the hinterland. Okay? This is one of the problems, is he's in the hinterland of Israelite society. So Merv says, but the root of Allah doesn't mean burn, though, just something ascending. The root, however, you have to be careful here. That's the root lexeme fallacy. That's the root lexeme fallacy. You can't use the root word to determine the meaning in every context. Okay? So that's a problem. You can't do that. That's an exegetical fallacy. And if you want to look that up, just go to Carson, book on exegetical fallacies. Yeah, Mama says it right. It's the root word fallacy. The root word fallacy. So you can't do that. Just because the root does mean to go up, doesn't mean that Olah doesn't mean burnt offering. It does mean burnt offering, and every classical Hebrew will define that as burnt offering. Merv says, if you read verses 11-30, she laments her virginity for 2 months. Why? It's not the virginity thing. The virginity thing is she loses posterity. That's what this is about. We do have to remember that in the book of Judges, and we can read that. Let's read that. Okay. Judges 11:37. Okay. She said to her father, let this thing be done for me. Let me alone for 2 months, that I might go to the mountains and weep because of my virginity and my companions. Okay. It doesn't even make sense to read it this way. And I'll tell you why this doesn't mean it makes no sense to read it this way. She's a virgin. She will remain a virgin. Okay? She's already a virgin. Okay? But what she's going to lose out of this is her posterity. Okay? So that's the problem here. She loses posterity. And that's one of the things that Israelites at this time are really obsessed with. They're obsessed with the land, the relationship, and the posterity. She has no legacy. But she has no children. Okay? So it's almost, in the sense of this culture, this is almost a fate worse than death. So, but in verse 39, it came about at the end of 2 months that she returned to her father, who did to her according to the vow which she had made. Did according to the vow. The vow was a burnt offering. If this was about her keeping her virginity, he wouldn't have had to do anything. But yeah. In fact, that's sort of the The definition of a vow of virginity is you don't do anything. She remains. You don't marry her off. She stays in your father's house. You know, she becomes part of the you know, devoted cult of Israel. And by the way, Israel had no Vestal virgins. Okay? Israel didn't have Vestal virgins. That's going to be a problem. Vestal virgins is a Greek thing. It's not an Israelite thing. Remember, the priesthood is made of the sons of the tribe of Levi, of the line of Aaron. No Vestal virgins. How do you have a Vestal virgin in a society that has no Vestal virgins? It's not a thing. It's not a thing in ancient Israel. Yeah, but it's not a thing. Merv, it's not a thing. As much as you wanna argue it, it's not a thing. Mm-hmm. Human sacrifices were a thing. Vestal virgins weren't. Okay. We're gonna move on here, Merv. So, best of luck with that. Okay, getting back to AJ's question here. How are Hebrew and Egyptian poetry different? They weren't that different. The one thing I will say is that Egyptian poetry had a little more amphibole than, say, Hebrew poetry, but it's extant in both. I mean, the differences between the two poetic styles is very slight. Okay? But, so, you know, that's just one of the things that, they're very similar. They will use both kinds of poetry will use, couplets. They both used it in varieties of ways. So it's like contrast, amplification, um, parallels. It's just one of those things that is just, um, you know, it's just one of those things that, um, they're very, very similar. Very similar. Okay, so I can't think of anything that's remarkably different between the two poetry styles. So that's probably the best I can answer that question. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. 18 Ministries for 199. Is animal sacrifice a form of blood magic? No. Animal sacrifice is a way of covering over the sins of the people, so you can move on and continue having business, essentially. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't. It's not blood magic though. It's not blood magic, and it's not even magic. It's not even magic. It's a way of, say, appeasing the deity, so you can continue to have a relationship with the deity. So it's not the same. It's not the same as magic at all.
Oh,
Oh yeah, I'm sure some people did use it as blood magic, but it isn't magic. 80 Messages for 199. Explain Spirited Away and Totoro. Ooh. Oh. I'm gonna get another cup of coffee. Just a second. Be back. Okay. I got another cup of coffee here. Ooh. Okay. Oh boy. Yeah. Pierre says I really liked my Pollyanna understanding of Totoro because before I got on to this subject here. Yeah, I did too. Um I mean I was a big Studio Ghibli fan, but I also know stupid Studio Ghibli and its catalog has some really dark material. I mean, Grave of the Fireflies is very dark. Okay? Um, Spirited Away is about child prostitution, and Totoro is about death in an agricultural community. That's what they're about. Okay. Um. So. Oh yeah, death. Yeah. Here's the thing. Um. When the little girl goes out to bring corn to her mother in the hospital, um, she goes missing. She goes missing. And the older sister goes looking for her in this rainstorm. Okay? She does they don't really return. They don't really return. Um there are pictures shown at the end, but they find he finds May and they take the bus and they go to her mother in the hospital and they're sitting on the branch watching their mother as spirits. Okay? Um so they're dead. They're dead. They're both dead. The one kid drowns and the second one also drowns. And it's based upon a story, a news article that Miyazaki read about a couple kids that drowned in a rice growing community in Hokkaido. Okay. Jack Ray, I climbed on trees. Oops. I climbed on trees and sat on branches as a kid. Yeah, but you didn't do it as a spirit. And they disappear. They fade away. They fade away. Um, Harry Stark, is this confirmed by the creators? He talks about this. Miyazaki talks about this in one of the interviews I saw of him, where he talks about this newspaper article he read. He doesn't. He really doesn't say it overtly. Okay, the Japanese don't say things overtly. Okay, he suggests it. Okay, he talks about um this article he saw on the death of these two kids in Hokkaido. But that's all he says. And that was the inspiration for it. Now, he's not the one that wants to spoil kids' perceptions of the film. Okay? So this is very typical where they will talk circularly around things. Okay? And Miyazaki's like that. He does talk circularly around what the meaning of his films are. Gaius Octavius, but the soundtrack to the movie is so uplifting. It is. It is. It killed me when I found out. And Spirited Away is about basically it's even worse because it's about a child brothel. It's even worse. And it's Jonathan Walker, misdirection. It is a misdirection. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. It's what it is it's what we're talking about here is a media where meaning is layered. Okay? It's layered meaning. And this is sort of the genius of Studio Ghibli, is it layers its meaning on a lot of films. Okay? So there's a layer of meaning that children can get out of it. And then there's a a layer of meaning that young adults get out of it. And then there's a layer of meaning that, once you've sort of grown up, you get out of it. Okay? So it's layers of meaning. So that's what you're going to see here in Studio Ghibli films. It's films, complex films with many layers of meaning. And every audience is left, every member of the audience is left to take away how they interpret the meaning of it. Yes, I agree with you, Mama. I agree with you. I guess it's my turn to ignore evidence in favor of what I want something to mean. I totally get it. I totally get it. I am with you 100% here. I am with you 100%. I like the interpretation I had as a young adult. I like that one. Mama, so it's like the movie Heretic? I haven't seen Heretic. Um, or it's another movie that's kind of like this is oh not Limbo. It's one of the, I haven't seen Oleana. Um, not Inception. There's another one that's that comes to mind that's very similar in this. Um, take a look at my collection. Kurosawa film. Rashomon. Rashomon. It's like it's in some ways it's like Rashomon. You know, one event with three perspectives. Each one's right in its own way, but none of them are given the official "it's right." So, um, Mama, the ending is subjective to viewers' decision of what they want it to be. A lot of Japanese cinemas like that. They leave it to you to decide, how you're going to interpret what you see. And this ambiguity in literature is not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. We just don't normally see it in animation. Um, you do see it more. You see a lot of it in Japanese animation. You don't see a lot of it in, say, American animation. So for American animation viewers, they don't expect this. But you do see it in Japanese cinema. You see it frequently in Japanese cinema. Mama, I don't enjoy ambiguous endings, but I sure like debating them. Yeah, well, okay, that's fine. Jack Ray, yeah, that's why I don't like Japanese animation. I love Japanese animation. Um, mhm. Yeah, Miyazaki. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Artist, and that is what an artist.
yeah, yeah, yeah. It is that perspective of say from the Japanese point of view. of, where there is no redemption, no savior, but there is art. So, no, it does definitely get people talking, yeah. Philippus 13 asks, does Rumpelstiltskin's story have ancient Near Eastern book roots? I had heard that it's really a story about child sacrifice to Moloch and other demonic deities. I'm not so sure about that. There are some. I mean, Rumpelstiltskin actually comes from Grimm's fairy tales. So, as far as I remember, if I recall correct, but I don't know if that has any deeper roots than that. It could. It could come out of the Black Death. A lot of these tales did come out of the Black Death. Like, for example, the Pied Piper. The Pied Piper came out of the Children's Crusade. And the Children's Crusade came out of the Black Death. So, yeah, just that was a disaster all of its own. All right, have a good night, Mama. We appreciate you being here as always. So, it was great to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Okay, next one here. 18 Ministries for $4.99. It is midnight. We're just working our way through the final super chats here, which we need to get. Oh my god, too many. Yeah, we need to get on super chats and get that done. Okay. So we're going to be focusing on super chats here and trying to picking up the pace. 18 Ministries for $4.99. Do the to this day verses in Joshua help us date it? 6:25, 16:16. I don't think it helps us that much, but we can take a look at those verses quickly here. Joshua 6:25. Now, however, Rahab the harlot and her father's household, all she had, Joshua spared, and she was living in the midst of Israel to this day, for she hid the messengers whom Joshua sent out to spy out Jericho. Yeah. So Rahab's house lives on here. Joshua 16:10. But they did not drive out the Canaanites who lived in Gezer. So the Canaanites live in the midst of Ephraim to this day, and they became forced laborers. Okay, and again, that sort of pegs that to say at least until probably the mid Judges period. So so it does help a little, but it's hard to say if it gives us significant information here. AT Ministries from $9.99. In the ancient Near East, when a people were conquered, they took the gods of the conquerors, I mean the conquered, but Israel took the gods of the losers. When the people were conquered, they took the gods of the conquerors. Oh, okay, I get what. When people were conquered, they took the gods of the conquerors, but Israel took the gods of the losers. When they were conquered, they retained their god. Why is that? Well, that's gonna that depends on a lot of things. Okay. It is true that when a culture conquered one god, they conquered it. When people conquered another, they would take the conquered people would adopt the gods of the conquerors. Okay, that's generally true. And Israel, on the other hand, you know, tried to maintain some, at least among its Yahweh cult, tried to maintain some fidelity to Yahweh. As far as Israel taking the gods of the losers, yeah, they would worship all sorts of things. You know, but again, I think that's kind of the pull of polytheism here. So, you know, you've got one god, two or better, that sort of mentality. Whereas, say, the conquering peoples already were polytheistic. So I think that's more of a how people guarded divinity back then. So Jonathan Walker, Israel wasn't picky. No, it wasn't, was it? Gosh, they worshipped all sorts of things. But everyone did then.
That was
Yeah, that was localism among the gods.
every
Yeah. But you also got some weird situations too in the ancient Near East where people would take other gods hostages. Yeah. Oh yeah.
one
Yeah, the Philistines when they conquered Israel, they took the Ark of the Covenant, thinking that they got the god of the of the loser, and they were going to take him hostage. Didn't turn out so well for them. But that's not the first time it happened either. You know, when the Hittites, the old Hittites, conquered Babylon, they took Marduk and brought him back to Hattusas. You know, that was their trophy. Is they took the statue of Marduk back home. So they didn't worship Marduk in Hattusas, we don't think, but they certainly took him away, hauled him off. Yeah, it's a ha, we got your god. Yeah. Yeah, so but Israel,
place
yeah, exactly. So you do get this where, you know, there will be back and forth trading between gods with the conquerors. On the other hand, Israel did seem to take the the runt of the divine litters. So, uh, yeah. All right, next one here from AT Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Since Torah means instruction rather than law, it actually means law. How do we understand the use of the work law in the New Testament? Um, well, Torah does actually mean law. Um, so it doesn't just to Torah to teach someone is to basically instruct them in law. Okay, so it's not just instruction, but it's a particular kind of instruction. It's instruction in the law. But Torah means law. Okay, that's what it means. But it can, when used as a verb, mean instruction. Okay, because that's how you transmit those laws. You teach it, you instruct it. So, so uh, the work law, use of the work law in the New Testament, um, again, I think you're talking about Sabbath law here. Um, again, the Sabbath law is one of those things where the Sabbath is the sign of the covenant, but it's the Sabbath rest itself is in the Lord. And how we understand that in the New Testament is Christ is the Lord of the Sabbath. He is the fulfillment of the law, of the ceremonial law. So, as Christ said, he did not come to abolish the law, but to fulfill it. So that's how we understand it in the New Testament, is we see it through the work of Jesus Christ. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Big Destiny for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Jonathan Walker says, we need a whole video distinguishing Torah, Mishpatim, Hukot, Hukim, and Commandment. That might be a good video. Make a quick note of that. All right, Big Destiny for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. My learning app says the Old Kingdom ended because of a mega drought. What does that mean, and how did that happen if they primarily lived off of Nile? Okay, the end of the Old Kingdom was really complicated. It wasn't just over a drought. There was a drought, okay, but the Old Kingdom was already in decline at that point. What happened to the Old Kingdom was that the power of the king became weakened, divested. Okay, so the nomarchs, the rise of the nomarchs, is really what caused the end of the Old Kingdom. You had in the Old Kingdom, especially during Dynasty 5 and 6, is that the regional governors started to control the trade up and down the Nile. And they didn't pass any of that taxation onto the king. So what happened is you had one nomarch strangling off the money supply to the king. And it came, really the power of the late Old Kingdom rested in the nomarchs, in the regional governors, not in the king himself. So with that, you started having fighting between various nomarchs. So what happened at the end of the Old Kingdom was a civil war. So this is the famous civil war between Dynasty 10 and 11, where you had the Heracleopolins, who were basically the same bloodline that comes from Zoser and Khufu and all that, fighting it out now against the Thebans. Okay, so that's really what caused the end of the Old Kingdom. Was not so much a drought. Yeah, there was a drought, and with that came some starvation and all that. But you also had this divestment and decentralizing of the power structure. And it took a civil war to give the king more power again. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. 18 Ministries for $4.99. Joshua 5:15. Why do we only see this commandment here and in Exodus 3? Is it because God is reestablishing sacred space since you take shoes off in temples? Look at Joshua 5:15. And the captain of the Lord's host said to Joshua, remove your sandals from your feet, for the place where you're standing is holy. And Joshua did so. Okay, it's not just, again, the whole idea of taking off sandals. We see this in Exodus 3, and we see this in Joshua 5:11, but it's elsewhere too. It happens to be not so much that, I mean, it is sacred space, but the taking off shoes in temples has a lot to do with the fact that sandals were made of leather. They're animal goods. Animal goods are not allowed in sacred spaces. Okay? So, you leave your leather jacket at home when you go to the Temple Mount. Not that they had leather jackets, but that's what was going on here. Is that sandals were unclean. They're ritually unclean, not just because they're on the ground, but because they're made of animal products. Pieces of a corpse. So animal products were always verboten. Yeah. Yeah, you're wearing a dead animal. Now, the exception to the animal products that were allowed in temples was wool. You could wear wool, but that's because the animal didn't die. Okay? You didn't kill your sheep to make wool. But dead animal parts are not allowed in temples. So sandals, being made of leather, are not allowed in temples. Jonathan Walker, take off those filthy sandals. Yeah. But anyway, that's the reasoning why sandals aren't permitted in temples. It's the animal product thing here. Now there was some suggestion that they did actually wear slippers made of linen. That would be allowed. That's perfectly acceptable. You know, if you make sandals out of wool or linen or that sort of thing, that, not sandals, but slippers out of that would probably have been allowed. But sandals, no. Okay, next one here. 18 Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Does Moses think he was just meant to be a deliverer when he killed the Egyptian? Or did he just lash out in anger? Anger, the latter. He had no reason to I mean, his cause to kill the Egyptian was not warranted. Yes, the Egyptian was beating a couple Israelites. Didn't kill him, though. So, you know, he overreacted to the situation. So, yeah, this was an anger response. And Jonathan Walker, let's face it, Moses had a temper. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he had a temper. Got in trouble. Got in trouble with Pharaoh. Got in trouble with God. Jack Ray, wooden clogs. If they were Dutch, they probably would have been fine. I'm not sure they'd be that comfortable, but I don't know. Are wood clogs comfortable? I've never wore a wood clog. Yeah, they sound really uncomfortable. Yeah. Crocs wouldn't be acceptable. Why not? I think Crocs would be fine. They're plastic. They're synthetic rubber. They would be ritually fine. Okay. 18 Ministries. Yeah, you couldn't wear Birkenstocks. Birkenstocks would not work. 18 Ministries for $4.99. Explain how Genesis points to the Exodus and the rest of the Old Testament and even New Testament points back to the Exodus. Oh, yeah, that's simple. Exodus, the first 11 chapters of Genesis point to ritual, the ritual of tabernacle worship. Okay, so that points to Exodus. You need to and the rest of it is all prolegomena leading up to Exodus. So, John Febeck, isn't plastic made from dead dinosaurs? Yes, but that is considered to be ritually pure, at least according to Israelites, according to the Jews, because it's been, first of all, it's been processed, it's been purified by the earth. So, oil is ritually clean. Who would have figured? Yeah. Petroleum's considered to be ritually clean. And yes, a lot of Jewish scribes debated this one. Why polyester is ritually clean. It's also made out of oil. No, it's not mixed fabric. Not considered to be mixed fabric. Okay, so you can't mix wool and cotton. You can't mix wool and linen, because that falls to the mixed fiber rule. But cotton poly is allowed because polyester is considered ritually clean. Yeah, Jack Ray. Oh yeah, that crude oil is so pure.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jonathan Walker. Ritually, not environmentally. Jack Ray. I hear raw crude oil is horribly stinky. Oh, it smells awful. It smells awful. But again, this is about ritual, not environment. Okay. So I think that covers how Genesis points to the Exodus, because it's pointing to how ritual is done. It gives the foundation for the ritual of Yahweh worship and the tabernacle system. So, yeah, Genesis points to Exodus, and the rest of the Old Testament points back to Exodus too. 18 Ministries for $1.99. Did you miss me? Laugh out loud. Yes, we did. We did miss you last week. You better have a good excuse for being absent. Truant. Okay. AJ Higgins, composer, for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Were there any parts of the pre-exilic books written from Babylon, and how would we know? I have heard Ecclesiastes may have been Persian, for example. The biggest way we would know this is through the use of Persian loanwords. Some loanwords we do see we see Persian loanwords in post-exilic books. Books that were written in Babylon seem to have incorporated a lot more of these loanwords. So books like Micah had them. Many of the minor prophets were written post Babylon. So in those cases, it doesn't surprise us really that we find Persian words in that. But we don't find Persian words in the Torah. We don't find them in the Pentateuch at all. So that sort of excludes, say, the Pentateuch from being post-exilic in origin. Ecclesiastes, I'd have to look up. Okay? So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Thank Jack Ray for another 20 Egypt in the Bible memberships. He's on a tear tonight. Thank you, Jack. We really appreciate it. 80 Ministries for $1.99. Is the story of Rahab a Passover reference? In a sense, yes. In that she hangs a piece of red, I think it's red thread or rope from her Rahab. Joshua. Okay, so she saves the men. Joshua's chapter. Yeah, okay. Verse 18, chapter Joshua 2, Verse 18. And the men said to her, starting verse 70, the men said to her, we shall be free from this oath to you which you have made us swear. Unless we come into the land, you tie this rope of scarlet thread in the window through which you let us down. Gather yourself into your house, your father's house, your mother's and your brother's, all your household. And it shall come about that when anyone goes out of the doors of the house into the street, his blood shall be on his own head. We shall be free, but anyone who is within your house, his blood shall be on our head if any hand is laid on him. Okay, so she hangs a scarlet thread, a cord of scarlet thread out of the window. Okay, so that's an emulation of the blood on the lintels. And anyone in that house who stays in the house, like the Passover, you stay in the house. Put the blood on the window, on the lintel of the doorway, and you stay inside until it's over. And the angel of death passes over. It's the same deal here. So in the case of Rahab, she's in her house with her family. They put this sign on the window of a cord made of scarlet thread, and the Israelites know, don't go inside there. They pass it over. So it is a reference to the Passover. At least it's done in a similar way. Okay, we got a super sticker here from David Eckel for $2. Was there any question attached to that? At $8.39. I'm just going to do a quick scan. Not seem to be sure. Yeah, I'm just scrolling up here. I'm pretty close to it. 8. Nope, I don't see a question here. So we'll just thank you for that super sticker, or that super chat. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. We really appreciate it, and thank you very much. Okay, Between the Ditches for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Why the frogs during the plagues? What's so bad about frogs? I don't fully buy the plagues correlating to the God's idea. Yeah, I don't buy it either. The frogs were a side effect. They were a side effect of the death that happened in the Nile. So when the water turns to blood, the fish die. You get a lot of insects. You get a lot of frogs. Okay, so frogs are in many respects the problem with frogs is this. It's the wells. Okay? It's the water supply again. It's another problem with the water supply. So you get frogs everywhere. And some of them will fall in the wells. What happens when a frog falls in the well is the well becomes poisoned. You get bad stuff happens when frogs fall in the wells. So that's really what's bad about the frogs is, yeah, dead bodies, frogs, dead bodies, bugs, and then frogs. And then what happens is they fall in the well. People die when they drink the water because they get dysentery, or sometimes the frog itself is toxic and poisons the well. Yeah, it's a big problem with cane toads in Australia. Yeah. So, what's so bad about frogs is they can kill you if they get in into your water supply. So what if your frogs get in? We're told that the frogs got all over the place, inside the houses, inside the water supplies, inside the beer containers. Now your beer's poisoned. Gotta toss it all out. So that's the problem with frogs. Frogs don't. This plague of frogs, they didn't stay in the river. They came out of the river, into your houses, into your wells, into your beer. And you don't want a frog in your beer. Just say it. Okay, Jack Ray gifted another 20 Egypt in the Bible memberships. Thank you so very much. We really, really appreciate that. Jack Ray, I know toads will lay their eggs in any old mud puddle. Yeah, they will. They're not discriminate. Jonathan Walker, Pharaoh, the beer was tainted again. Oh, that's a tragedy, man. That's a tragedy. Answering LDS says, does the name Yahweh itself imply an unmoved mover? No, it doesn't. The name Yahweh means he is. Okay? It's a copular verb. It's a copular verb. It's probably a second tense copular verb. So it's related to Yahweh, which means he is. But Yahweh is sort of the generic copular verb, whereas Yahweh seems to be a second tense of some kind. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you for the member question. Really appreciate it. Anyman will keep the frogs out of the beer so there's no frog in your throat. Well, yeah. That's one way to get a frog in your throat. Okay, Jonathan Walker for $5. Thank you for the super chat. I like to think Genesis 1 is a polemic to slap polytheism in the face. There are legitimate exegetes that think that. And I don't have a problem with that. There is a reason why they talk the Genesis talks about the lesser and the greater lights without talking about the sun and the moon directly. So it goes on, everything was created by God, no one else. Now the earth was. Thoughts? I don't actually have that big of a problem with the whole idea that Genesis 1 is a polemic against polytheism. I just think it's not just a slap to polytheism. It serves more than that. I do see it as ritual, as foundational ritual literature. That the whole Genesis 1 thing is defining sacred spaces, sacred and profane spaces. But I think they're doing the way that Genesis 1 is outlined. You get a lot of that. That the writer of Genesis 1 isn't just doing polemic, but it's trying to avoid as well endorsing certain pagan deities like Shemesh and Sin. So, and Sin here is the moon god. It's not the sin isn't to do evil. Sin is the name of a moon god. So so I think that I think the polemic to slap polytheism is a reasonable interpretation. I just don't think it's the only interpretation. Yeah, he says, yeah, I understand. It has 3 spaces, Sabbath, cosmogony. Yeah, there is. So it's complicated. It's more complicated than just that. But I don't think that your interpretation is unreasonable either. I know Lost and Younger holds to that interpretation, and I think that's a perfectly acceptable interpretation. So you're in good company. You're in good company here, that in having that interpretation. And as I say, I don't have a huge problem with it. I think that's definitely part of it. Okay, Paul for 1999. Thank you for the super chat. How do you think Abraham's wife handled the event? I don't think she would be happy with it, even if it was a test by God. Yeah, I don't think Sarah would have been thrilled with the whole binding of Isaac thing. I don't think she would have been thrilled by that at all. Not in the slightest. All right. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Paul again for $9.99. Thank you for the super chat. Thanks for telling YouTube to fix our names. Oh, that was so annoying. I think what happened was they had a bug in their last update that I think enough people complained about, that and they resolved it. It was really annoying, and I'm very, very glad they fixed it. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. We really appreciate it. And then another 20 Egypt in the Bible memberships. Jack is on a tear tonight. Lovely. Thank you so very much. And thank you for being so generous to our community, too. We really appreciate it. Yeah, and thank you for revealing who's lurking. Yeah, there is that. I mean, everybody who takes one of those free memberships reveals to us who's been lurking and watching our channel. So, yeah, there's all these people who never do a single comment, who lurk on our channel, and we suddenly get to see them because they're accepting these memberships. I love it. Love it. Jack Ray has a member comment here. Sent infinite Ancient Egypt in the Bible gift memberships, Mr. EC. Yeah, cool. Thank you so very much. Jack Ray says, yes, like Anthony Rogers. He knows me doing that and mentioned it. Yeah. It's awesome. Totally awesome. Starting to lose my voice here. All right, Mr. Vermin Trash Rat, long time no see. Good to see you here tonight. For $2, thank you for the super chat. Is the Muslim God the same as the Christian God? Okay. I know this has been a hot button issue recently. And it's been hotly debated. Capturing Christianity has basically tried to make the claim that it is the same God and the same Christ in the Quran as in the Christian Bible. Guys like IP and David Wood have disagreed with Cameron Bertuzzi. I disagree with Cameron Bertuzzi. Okay? It's not the same God and not the same Christ. Okay? And I'm going to be really, really clear about that. Okay? You can't just say it's the same God. Okay? Just because it has the same name. Okay? And we're told this in Scripture, that there are many Christs and many false Christs and false prophets. Okay? Anybody can claim to be the Christ, but do their attributes match the real Jesus Christ? Oh yeah, there's like dozens of Jesuses running around Florida, or California. Okay, here's the thing: the God of Islam is an ambivalent God. He's not all good. Okay? He's not all good. The God of Christianity is all good. The God of Christianity keeps his promises. The God of Christianity is a triune being. He's a trinity. The God of Islam is monolithic. The God of Islam doesn't have to keep his promises. He's capricious. Just on the basis of identifying attributes, the God of Islam and the God of Christianity are not the same. And the Christ of Christianity and the Christ of Islam, not the same. Okay? Yeah, they're both born of Mary. That's where sort of the similarities end. Okay? The Christ is an incarnate being, second person of the triune God. The Christ of Islam is a prophet, a human, not God. He's not God in human flesh. He may be called Son of God. But what Islam means by this is that Christ is basically a man. He's a prophet. And that's it. He's not divine. He's not divine. He is not the second person. He's not Yahweh in human flesh. Okay? So the idea that Christ of Islam and Christ of the New Testament are the same is patently ridiculous. It's patently ridiculous. Just like the Yahweh, the God of Christianity and the God of Islam are the same is also patently ridiculous. They have none of the same attributes. So okay. R1 says you could probably understand that they worship the same God imperfectly and with a false understanding of that God, except you can't. You can't. Yeah, here's the thing. You know, when the Bible, talks about other Jesuses, other prophets, false prophets. Okay? Now let me pull up this verse. If I can play. Yeah, here it is. Okay. Pull it up right. 2 Corinthians 11:4. If one comes and preaches another Jesus, whom we have not preached, or you receive a different spirit which you have not received, or a different gospel which you have not accepted, you bear this beautifully. For I consider myself not in the least inferior to the most eminent apostles. Okay? But even if I am unskilled in speech, yet I am not so in knowledge. In fact, in every way we have made this evident to you in all things. Okay? So there's another Jesus. Okay? Another gospel. Another spirit. Okay? So if Islam is preaching another Jesus, it's not the same Jesus. And that's the problem here, is we can't just say Islam is preaching the same Yahweh, the same God, because it's the same. Well, it's different attributes. I mean, wildly different attributes, wildly different gospel, wildly different outcome. Yeah. Yeah, They don't make that claim. They don't make the claim it's the same God as the Christian God. So it's just like, um, yeah, that angel is not of God. That's exactly it. Jonathan Walker says, I also like, if an angel does not teach that Christ is Lord, that angel is not of God. Try to see if I can find the other passage. It's in. Okay. Here's another one here. Galatians chapter 1. I am amazed that you are so quickly deserting him who called you to the grace of Christ for a different gospel, which is not really another, only there are some who are disturbing you and want to distort the gospel of Christ. But even though we, or an angel from heaven, should preach to you a gospel contrary to that which we have preached you, let him be accursed. The word here is anathema. Okay? Now, anathema is a very, very interesting word. It's sort of the it's the antithesis of Merneptah. It is the idea of a divine curse. Okay? Sort of consigned to doom. So, if this is another gospel, and if this is another Christ, and if this is this is the strongest word. This is in New Testament literature. Anathema is as strong as word as toevo is in the Old Testament, where toevo is abomination. Anathema is almost on that same level where you are condemned. You are absolutely condemned. So in Galatians here, verse 8 says, but if we or an angel from heaven should preach to you a gospel contrary to that which we have preached to you, let him be anathema. Verse 9, as we have said before, so I say again, if any man is preaching to you a gospel contrary to that which you have received, let him be anathema. He does this twice. He repeats this twice. So this is serious stuff. So when we got a guy running around saying, it's the same God. No, it's not. It's not the same God, not the same gospel, not the same Christ. Not at all. It's a different gospel. It's another Christ. And the Bible does talk about other Christs, other false prophets. Okay? So, yeah. So, I think this idea that the Muslim God is the same as the Christian God is complete baloney. I'm not buying it. The attributes aren't the same. I mean, look, I know my wife very well. Okay? At least I should after 26 years of marriage, yeah. I know my wife has certain attributes that makes her my wife. Okay? Yeah. If someone came along and if some strange woman came up to me and she was 6'7", with darkly tanned skin and blonde hair, and she's claimed to be my wife, I would say, what are you talking about? You have none of the qualities that I know that my wife has, you know. And then let's say, you know, I mean, my wife is a voracious reader, and if this woman says to me, "Oh, I hate reading," I know that's not my wife. Okay.
Somebody
Yeah, yeah,
wrong.
exactly. Yeah, you know, and she just said if some tall blonde comes up to you and says, "I hate reading and I hate bunnies and I'm your wife," I know that that person is not my wife. Because I know the qualities of my wife. Jack Ray, oh, I hate reading. Get behind me, Satan. Exactly. Yeah, get behind me, Satan. Jonathan Walker, you don't look like her, first of all. Yes, that's the thing. The God of Islam doesn't look like the God of Christianity. The God of the Christ of Christianity doesn't look like the Christ of Islam. Not at all. Yeah, it's definitely something that, you know, you just have to say, okay, um they're just using the name and they redefined it. And new religious movements have been doing this for millennia. They take the God of Christianity, they take the Christ of Christianity, and they redefine it. That's the kicker. That's how we get other Jesuses and other gods. Mm-hmm.
I forgot.
Yeah. 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 You know, my producer just said, you know, it's kind of that old inductive argument of if it has a bill like a duck, and if it's got feathers like a duck, and it quacks like a duck, and it lays eggs like a duck, and it's got webbed feet like a duck, and it's cold-blooded like a duck, it's a duck. Okay? In the case of the God of Islam is not all good like the God of Israel. It's not merciful. He's not merciful. He is not. He doesn't keep his promises. He is a monolith, not a trinity. He doesn't look like the God of Israel. Jack Ray, Dr. Falk is using the sandblaster more than once tonight. Hey, that's Dr. Cairo to you. Yeah, Allah is not Yahweh. They're not the same. Jesus Christ of the New Testament is not the same as Christ of the Quran. Not the same. Not the same in the scriptures. Not the same in the Quran. They're not. I don't even know how to even begin to express how ludicrous this is. So the only thing I can think of here is Cameron Bertuzzi doesn't know the original. He's probably going off of what Vatican II said. And Vatican II basically said that there was one point when there was somebody in Vatican II that said that Islam worshipped the same God as Christianity, and that's just patently false. That was said by someone who doesn't know Christianity. So I don't know why he's lost all his sense in this, but apparently he has. Okay, so I hope that answers the question. Not the same, because the attributes are different. That's how we know personal identity. We know personal identity by your attributes. This is why when you get a passport done, they use a photograph and do a biometric scan. They get your eye color. You know, they're keeping track of you by your personal attributes. All right. Two more super chats here, and then we'll call it a night. Got one here from a very generous super chat here from Jack Ray. Thank you so much for that super chat. We really appreciate it. And he asks, have you heard anyone refer to the Holy Spirit as the Lord? Yes, I have. It's not incorrect. Okay? You don't see it. You do see the Holy Spirit referred to as God in the New Testament. You see that in Acts chapter 5 with the Ananias and Sapphira. So you do see the Holy Spirit at times referred to as the Lord. Okay? It's usually, you see it a lot in regards to, say, the Shekinah glory, as being the Lord. So you do hear this from time to time, as it says, it's totally correct. There's no problem with it. Again, in Western, the Lord is a translation of Yahweh. So yeah, there's no problem with this. If you want to refer to the Holy Spirit as Lord, you can do so. I have heard people do this, and you do see this crop up from time to time in both Christian literature and in say references to, say, the Shekinah glory. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Very generous super chat. Thank you for your generosity tonight. We really appreciate it. Harry Stark, who commissioned Vatican II anyway? I think it was Pope John the 23rd, I believe, but I'd have to look it. That one went a long time. It was concluded by John Paul II, but I think it was started by John the 23rd. But I could be wrong. That's more recent history, but it was a long running council. So, and I'm not really, that's recent history for me, so I'm not really too up on that. But that's the best I can remember, and I could be wrong. I could be very wrong on that. So just take that answer with the proverbial grain of salt here, because don't recall. Okay. All right, we got one more super chat here, and then we're going to call it a night. And the last super chat we have here is from Paul. For $9.99. Thank you for the super chat. How do you keep your goatee so even? Oh, this is the perfect question to end a night. I need to shave mine every 6 months to start over. As an Italian, it takes me at least half a day to start growing again. Pair of scissors, man. I trim it. I comb it and I trim it. No. Sometimes I trim it a little shorter, sometimes I don't. Depends. Okay, I think that's the final super chat, so thank you, Paul, for that final super chat. And we went really late tonight, so but we did get all the super chats answered. We're not going to take any non super chats, because we answered most of them anyway, and it's really late. So we are going to call it at this point. I want to thank everyone who joined us, especially you really, really dedicated 46 users who are still hanging on there after 5 hours. I want to thank you guys who supported the ministry through your super chats and through your donations to PayPal. We really, really appreciate it. It keeps food on our table. We're so, so thankful tonight, especially since YouTube has recently shadow banned us. Boy, we really appreciate that. Yep, I appreciate everyone. Yeah, hit that likes and subscribe buttons, especially hit the likes on this. It feeds the algorithm, and feeding the algorithm does go certain ways to overcome the shadow ban. So we appreciate that, but we're still seeing the shadow ban. But hopefully this too shall pass. I want to thank all our regular Patreon and YouTube subscribers, YouTube and Patreon and YouTube membership supporters who keep the equipment running. We really appreciate that because it breaks more often than we'd like. And finally, we want to thank our regular subscribers who watch our videos, who hit that like and subscribe button, and who share our URLs with all their social media platforms. You guys get the message out. And one last reminder, we are going to try to get a popcorn review up for Monday. Monday, 8 p.m. So we're hoping you're all going to join us for that popcorn review. With that said, thank you very much for watching. Glad you could be with us tonight on this 4th of July of all things. And we will see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.